Hey, good morning from the US. Good afternoon from Europe, but welcome to the 2025 Compliance Countdown. So we appreciate everybody being here today. So today's focus is going to be the mission is to provide content to how to meet these various directives that are around the world. I'm Brian Correa. I'm actually the Director of Business Development over here on the certification arm, which is called GIAC. I've actually been here at SANS now, just celebrated my 25th year. So we're really glad to see you today. So just a couple quick things before we kind of just delve into all the material and content. Submit in your questions for review. We will try our best to get everybody. I will confess, typically we get a lot of questions. What we usually do is we'll go ahead and kind of take those questions and save those to see what we can do. But we will try our best to do everything that's out there. Just a quick heads up, we do ask that we avoid anything political and please be respectful of each other. If you see up here, we're going to actually post up here today's agenda. So if you see, it's actually going to be very, very action-packed. So we're going to start off with, first, we're going to be hearing from the folks that actually do some of these initiatives. So it's going to be cybersecurity's directives demystified, hear from the minds behind the mandate. So why do they exist? What's the mission? What should I do? Solutions that are out there. Starting here at 8:50, we're going to hear from Rob M. Lee, who's a SANS fellow. He's also the CEO and founder of Dracos on global cybersecurity compliance, the why, the how, and what's next. After that, we're going to hear from Tim Conway. He's actually also a SANS fellow over here. Tim actually heads up our ICS curriculum. He's going to be talking about critical infrastructure compliance solutions through the lens of NERC CIP standards. And then after that, I think this is going to be really, really exciting. So he's going to be talking at 9:20. At 9:55, and please note this is Eastern time, so anybody in New York or Washington, D.C., we're going to be hearing from Chris Wilkes. He's actually heads up our executive cyber exercises. He's going to be doing so it's going to be even a little bit tied into kind of like an exercise. So he's going to be talking about boom to briefing, orchestrating cross-border response in a cyber crisis executive cyber exercise. So this is always a great session. And then we're going to have Kieran, who's going to be our moderator on the next session. He's going to be coming back and he's going to be talking to CISO and security leaders about what they're doing to take these directives and placing them into action. And we got a really, really good group today, some of the best I could ever imagine. So I've actually been on with some of these other folks. And so I think you're in for a treat. And so they're going to be talking at 10:25. And then we're going to be finishing up here at 11:25. So we're going to have over here at SANS, we actually have two Rob Lees. So we're going to hear from Rob T. Lee, who's also a SANS fellow. He's also our chief of research. He's going to be talking about, because of these directives, a lot of people have had to start talking to the C-suites. They've had to start talking to the boards, things along those lines. So he's going to be talking about boardroom directives and like, how do you talk to that audience? What should you do? Things along those lines. So with that, I also wanted to find out, where's everybody from around the world? I'm actually here in the Washington, D.C. area. And so if you can post on here where you're coming from, just love to hear that. One important thing, you must register to receive CPE and future resources. So we're going to be posting on here how to get your CPEs. We're going to be giving out 4 CPEs today for attending this session. So you just want to make sure you register. So if you're actually on LinkedIn or YouTube, you do have to go through the SANS site just so that we can track you and make sure we actually do not sell information or anything along those lines. We actually have very, very strict privacy rules. But to go ahead and make sure you get your CPEs, we do have to have you in the system. Well, beyond that, let's get into the real content. So Kieran Martin, who actually heads up our CISO network over here and has, his credentials are, where do I start? Like you've done it all pretty much. So, but Kieran is going to be go ahead and starting the moderation of this. And so someone who does this for a living, someone who's amazing, someone who's 100 times better than myself. So Kieran, if I can go ahead and introduce you, and if you want to say a little bit about yourself.
Sure. My name is Kieran Martin. I'm the SANS CISO Network Director. As you say, Brian, congratulations on your 25 years in SANS. My own credentials, I was the head of the United Kingdom's National Cyber Security Centre between 2013 and it was established in 2016. I ran it until 2020. I'm also a professor specializing in cybersecurity at the University of Oxford. So I think it falls to me to introduce our first panel, which will take us to about 45 past in the hour, although Brian, you feel free to do it. But I think the theme of it, you're talking about celebrating 25 years at SANS. I think 25 years ago, people complained that cyber was a regulatory Wild West with no rules. And now the situation has matured a lot. And we're going to dig into that with some, as you put it, the minds behind the mandate.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and introduce. So we do have Mike Schneider, who's actually behind CMMC. So Mike is actually, if I'm correct, I think you're still having some problems. We can hear his audio, we just can't see his. We can't see him right now. But that's that. What we really need right now is being able to just kind of hear from him. And so if we can go ahead and post the second person that we have. So we have somebody here from Anissa. So and I will admit I'm very good at butchering names. So evangelist. So hopefully did I say that well? Okay.
Excellent.
Whew. So I was telling the people earlier today I will butcher my own name. That's how bad I am. So, but he comes from us from Anissa, where we do a lot of work. We always consider them to be great partners of ours. So thank you so much to talk about NIST2 and DORA and all the other exciting things like the ECSF that they work on.
Great. So shall I take it from here, Brian?
You got it.
Okay, well, look, thank you to everybody for joining. In the next 35, 40 minutes or so, we're going to talk to the minds behind the mandates. There are two big regulatory jurisdictions involved. That's the United States and the EU. Just looking at people as they typed in, I saw Denmark, I saw Germany, I saw Greece, and then I saw California, I saw Dallas, I saw Chicago, I saw Tennessee, Florida, New York. So a good mix. And hello from Madrid, Spain. I'm not going to be able to keep up with this, but I saw one, and it must be a bit late. So thank you for joining us from Australia. We don't have an Australian expert, and as Brian said, because of some of these technical challenges, we have differences in visibility, as you might put it. So we can see the very transparent face of the European Union from Anissa, Evangelos Zouzounis. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be able to hear Mike Schneider to talk about things from the US perspective. We had hoped to get somebody from the UK. Unfortunately, for various reasons, due to changes at the top of government and the political leadership in some key positions, plus the fact that the UK legislation is imminent, we don't have anybody. And if we did, all they'd be able to say is wait for the legislation. As the former head of the UK National Cybersecurity Centre and as the former advisor to the Australian government, if there are questions on non-EU and US jurisdictions, I'll do my best to cover them. But I think for most people, if you're doing business globally, you'll be doing it in the US, you'll be doing it in the EU. So we'll cover the majority of it. So let's start, and I'm going to start with you, Evangelos. Again, thank you. Can you just tell us a little bit? This is about the minds behind the mandate. And I think part of the theme when we were considering having this session, it's for people who say, look, I'm working full-time in cybersecurity. I know a lot about my subject. I've heard stuff about this regulation, but I'm not really sure what to focus on and so forth. So first, tell us a bit about you. You're the head of the capacity building unit at Anissa. Tell us a bit about Anissa, and then we'll bring in Mike, and then we'll come to actually the core regulations that get involved in. So what's your story in cybersecurity, and what's Anissa's role in all of this?
Yeah, Karen, thank you so much for inviting me, and thanks also to SANS colleagues and Brian in particular. So my name is Evangelos Zouzounis. I'm head of the capacity building unit since January, but before that, I was for many, many years head of policy within Anissa. Actually, I have helped member states to implement NIS Directive 1 and 2. Now, Anissa is an EU agency that deals with cybersecurity matters, and it exists for approximately 21, 22 years now. So we got, let's say now, traction. Everybody trusts us and somehow expects from us, to help the member states and the private sector in implementing the directives. Myself, I'm at NISA for many, many years, almost 18 years now, and I was very, very, honored and happy to see, the organization evolving from very difficult times when the agency was small until today. And I look forward to the discussion, and explain a little bit, the vision of the EU on cybersecurity policy and how this can be implemented. Back to you, Karen.
Well, thank you very much for that, Evangelos. Let me bring in Mike. Now, you're the Executive Director for CMMC at the Cyber Accreditations Board in the US. Slightly different structure. Evangelos has talked about ENISA, statutory creation of the European Union. His mandate's been expanded. Things work a bit differently in the US. Tell us where you fit into this picture, Mike, and what your role is.
Yeah, so obviously from we managed, and this is the Cyber AB, the KICO is ideally a subset of that. So my role within our organization is ensuring that the assessors and instructors for the CMMC program are trained and meet quality standards. With that, the Cyber AB, on the other hand, is the CMMC accreditation body. And with that, we're kind of the in-between, or the managers of the ecosystem for CMMC for the Department of Defense within the US, as they are the ones who own the CMMC program.
And tell us a bit more about what the CMMC program is and what it's designed to do and where it came from.
Yeah, so it originally started back in 2017 with everybody that's familiar with the DFARS 252.204-7012, which is a contract requirement that is thrown on for government contractors that are going to be dealing with controlled unclassified information. Like I said, that started in 2017, and then 2019, it kind of actually got fully implemented. We started doing assessments on it. And there are obviously some big gaps, just like the rest of the world, with different frameworks and standards. So they came up with CMMC to kind of have a third-party review of those, kind of take it out of the government. Also let it be streamlined, and ideally CMMC takes it to the next level. We have third-party assessments, which we can do more, and then they're also standardized. Everything is kind of managed by ISO requirements, ensuring that every contractor gets, somewhat the same assessment.
Okay, brilliant. So we'll come back to that in a little bit, but let's go back to Evangelos for a minute. And before I just ask you a question, let me emphasize to those watching, wherever you are in the world, please put some questions in the chat. I'll do my best to answer questions that I think will be of interest to you, but if there's something of particular interest, just put it in there and we will do our very, very best to answer it. There'll also be various follow-up mechanisms through YouTube channels and LinkedIn. But Evangelos, I want to start with you because there's a lot of talk in Europe about cybersecurity and wider digital regulation. There's been a lot of activity in cybersecurity and wider digital regulation in the past few years. Some people, including in European institutions themselves, have talked about the EU as a regulatory superpower. So my question to you is, when it comes to cybersecurity, whether you're based in the EU or just working with EU partners from the outside, what are the main regulations that you've got to be concerned with, and what are they designed to achieve?
Yeah, look, it's true that the last 4 or 5 years there was a number of EU policies that came in light and negotiated, with the member states successfully, I have to say. One actually built it on previous regulation. So, and in my opinion, the most important regulation is actually the NIS Directive, NIS Directive 1, and now we are in NIS Directive 2. And this is an important regulation that deals, with critical infrastructures, with the identification of the critical infrastructures, and, the mandates and the responsibilities of the member states and also of the private sector. Then there was an important regulation, recent one, that deals, with products and services. We call the CRA, and this is also an important regulation because it now focuses on another category, mostly the products, and especially products that have, electronic components, they are connected and so on. And then there are some vertical, let's say, sectorial regulations, and I know that there is interest on DORA, which deals with a particular sector. This is what we call in the EU jargon a lex specialis. So this is a policy that somehow gets priority over the NIS Directive 2 and adds, additional requirements and additional responsibilities and also obligations, to liable entities, public and private stakeholder. For sure, there are additional policies like the AI Act and others, but these are the main cybersecurity-related policies in the Union, and they all have different understandings and different perspectives. Back to you, Karen.
Okay, well, look, just before I go back to Mike, so let me try and get this right. So you've got NIS 1 and 2, Network Information Systems. That's for essentially critical infrastructure protection. Obviously, we all know GDPR for data. We've got the Cyber Resilience Act, and that's kind of for products and services. Is that right? Okay. Well, hold that thought, because I want to come back to each of those if we've got time. But Mike, things feel a bit different in the United States, don't they, in terms of there hasn't been the same level of regulatory, certainly in terms of what we might call primary legislation, acts of Congress and so forth under various administrations. So describe, if you like, how it feels. I know you deal with a specific part of it in the Department of, in the Pentagon environment and so forth, but describe how it feels to you in terms of the sort of trends in compliance in the United States and what you see.
Yeah, I think the key there was throughout all the different administrations, the one thing over the past 4 administrations, as we've gone through cybersecurity compliance, is the mandate to, throughout the whole entire federal government, not just the DoD, is start putting in, federal rules and regulations to ideally start implementing cybersecurity programs and regulating them. As I said before, it has been going on for quite some time. They've worked on it and they've struggled, and now we're finally down to like the critical hour where agencies and different parts of the federal government have to have programs in place, ideally so that our adversaries or anybody else is not taking information that the government has obviously paid, taxpayers have paid to develop stuff, to do research, to trying to protect that and to the fullest limits. I think we've always protected it, but this is actually making sure that it's done 100% across the board.
So that's really interesting, because trying to bring out the differences, and I mean, please, either of you correct me if this is wrong. It's a good discussion. We don't all have to agree with each other, but the EU has taken quite a literally, given the way its legal system works, it's taken a quite literally directive approach in some respects. It's issued directions and they apply to everybody. The US, for a variety of reasons, it's almost as if, and you've said, Mike, and this is where the part of the ecosystem that you inhabit, for whatever reason, it hasn't really gone down the congressional route. There's the odd exception, but it's using, if you like, the gigantic purchasing power of the federal government as a way of imposing the sort of standards that it wants to see. It's putting very strict requirements on people doing business with the federal government, but it's quite a different model. Is that a fair characterization of the sort of different approaches in the two jurisdictions? What do you think?
It's bottom.
Go ahead, Mike.
I would say you're spot on there. It's you, and then we had the reaction to that is even state, the local governments started doing the same thing to mirror the federal government. So we have states coming on board with their own cybersecurity initiatives.
So it might be that in the US context, I mean, whilst obviously the government's huge, there'll be sort of sectors where if you avoid dealing with the government, you may have fewer requirements. But can you say a little bit then, Mike, staying with you, I'll come back to Evangelos in a second. Can you say a little bit about then what are the main requirements, what are the main sort of changes happening in that federal government ecosystem? So if you're in the audience and there's lots of people from across the US who'll be interested in this, what are the sort of trends that you're seeing in terms of what the federal government is requiring from you, and what do organizations have to, what should they be thinking about if they're trying to meet these standards that the federal government is putting in play?
Yeah, I'd say the biggest thing to pay attention to with the U.S. and the change is alignment with the NIST standards. So primarily we deal with CMMC is foundationally built off of NIST SP 800-171 for CUI, but even that has trickled down to using CSF, version 2, and slowly mandating that across different parts of the federal government, to get alignment. But the biggest thing is having data security, and they're using different frameworks and different standards, but almost all of it is primarily focused on data security and making sure we're the protection of data.
Right. Okay. And if you mentioned very strongly, you mentioned NIST, so obviously everybody will know the NIST cybersecurity framework. If you're using, say, MITRE ATT&CK or critical controls from the CIS or others, I mean, does that make any difference? Should you have to migrate to NIST, or do these things tend to coalesce around a key set of principles and operational outcomes that you think the system will be happy with?
No, I slowly, I've been doing this now for 4 or 5 years as we've gone through rulemaking and waiting for CMMC to come online. But the primary goal, and this is across the board, is to not force somebody to ideally, use an ISO and force them to go to 800-171. The idea is that you would be able to map or have alignment with the 171 requirements, that you meet them. So that is probably one of the best parts. I've noticed a lot of the states and even parts of the federal government are starting to look at, just like NIST did, using the mapping, or as SCF would call it, which is Secure Controls Framework. Everybody started using their meta data mapping or meta framework mapping, because it takes a ton of standards and requirements, our government rules, everything, kind of helps you figure out which ones I already have, which ones do I need, and how do these align with each other, and then even building in maturity processes. So I think we'll see a lot more of that as we go. But I can tell you, just working with the government and even the private sector that wants to use 800-171 or CMMC just for cybersecurity insurance requirements. Almost everybody's gone to this mapping structure using SCF. I think that I would tell everybody to focus on using mapping and not just reinventing or trying to recreate what you already have in place and calling it 800-171 or the requirements of that. Most people have everything. You have a good subset of those requirements already built into your program.
Okay, now let's go back across the Atlantic. Evangelos, we've heard a lot about the US system here. From the European perspective, what are you looking for organizations of any shape and size? And I know this is an unfair question because there's so much to answer here, but when you're doing something like the NIS 1 and 2, the CRA, even GDPR, what are you looking for organizations to think about and do differently?
Yeah, so let me first say that, the purpose of all these regulations is to improve the level of security of public sector and private sector. I mean, Europe consists of many member states, and there are different levels of maturities and different, as well, interests. So that's why the NIS 1 and later the NIS 2 were two important directives that set, let's say, the kind of a baseline. They oblige member states to take a particular action, for example, to create a cybersecurity authority, to identify particular critical sectors, and, for example, to impose notification requirements, so incident reporting. But there were also additional things, like, for example, coming up with some baseline security measures, controls, similar to NIST controls. So that was quite important. And in NIS 2, we actually elaborated, we added additional sectors and additional responsibilities, like, for example, the responsibility of the CISO and the responsibility of the CEO as well, but others. So for us, what is important is that, member states and especially private sector follows a risk approach, and they try to take ownership and responsibility for this, and also to be a little bit more transparent by notifying authorities, and also involved into kind of trusted relationship, with the public authorities, so that this doesn't become like a carrot and stick game. And we have seen this actually working very well. I mean, this is not a new idea, very well, Karen. I mean, it's a concept that is widely used in the UK and in US in the past with the ISACs and others. So Europe and particular many member states are really copying this model, and we hope that can be a good way forward. Now, about the size, in the NIS1, we started with the big organizations that have a big impact. So hard to fail, let's say. But then obviously we realized that there are also particular sectors or particular companies that might be smaller and still critical, in the ecosystem, in the supply chain. And we tried also to find ways, to engage them in the regulation and come up with a cost-effective way of doing it.
Great. Thank you. And just you mentioned the UK. I think the forthcoming UK legislation, if we had a UK representative here, would say that actually, with EU law no longer applying in the UK, I think NIS2 is seen as one of the more sensible regulations that no longer apply. There's been a sense in the UK that just having data protection legislation without critical resilience legislation gives you the wrong balance. So the forthcoming legislation that the British Parliament is due to consider very soon will be very similar to NIS2. There's a lot of questions and comments coming in, for which many thanks. And thank you also to those who answered the LinkedIn users' question about where all the links are. Because of the two very different jurisdictional setups, it almost feels a bit like managing two conversations, one about Europe, one about the United States. So forgive me if that's the case. So I'm going to stick with you for a second, Evangelos, and then I'm going to come back to Mike, because there's a question saying essentially about NIS2 implementation, saying, look, it seems to be lagging in some EU member states. What are the plans for those countries? You may not even accept that it is lagging in some member states, Evangelos. So, but what's your thought? What are your thoughts on on that question?
Well, I mean, as I said, the NIS1 and NIS2 were directives. So this means that the NIS EU proposal accepted is basically principles, and then each member state has to take this and implement it, in a national law, and there might be small variations. So, and this was a little bit complex directive, and also there was an existing ecosystem of policies, at national level in some countries. So integrating them in a possible way so that, it looks consistent. In some cases, it took a little bit more time. Also, this goes through the parliament, and of course involves, the ownership of the government and everything. Sometimes, there are elections and everything. So it's bound to happen. And the deadline, for implementing it was very short, so 18 months. So these are quite normal things. Obviously, the commission who is overseeing, this process, will send notifications and somehow animate the member states or help the member states, to catch up. But is not a sign of disengagement or not taking this seriously. On the contrary, I will say, because they take this very seriously, they take a little bit. They need more time, to be consistent, with existing national components.
Absolutely, and fair enough. And as somebody in your role now, your new role responsible for capacity building, you do know that you'll know better than anybody that not all member states start in the same place in terms of their capacity to do it. So let's switch back to the US. A couple of excellent posts, so thank you for this, from Michael Allen. So over to you, Mike. So it just says federal incident reporting mandates are becoming increasingly aggressive, requiring disclosure before full validation, which can lead to preliminary reports being filed with limited context and clear details emerging later. I know you're not responsible for the entirety of this system, but any reflections on how it feels in the US perspective about this incident reporting, not least because other jurisdictions, I know we have an Australian on the line where reporting requirements have just been tightened significantly. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, this has been a year of changing the cyber incident reporting for the government. I would tell everybody that the one thing to pay attention on these requirements that are changing, we kind of know where they're going to go, but it will come down to the focal point of the person or the agency that is responsible for the contract, if it's a government contract. And the key to that one, the key point is that, so I'll give you an example. If it was the Department of Defense, they may say all Army or Navy contracts will have, this requirement. And although we're used to 72 hours, and I always tell everybody, if you're on assessment or people ask me this question, normally that's on the organization to define the parameters of what actually is an incident that involves government data. You don't want to just instantly report something because you could find out that, oh yeah, somebody reported, but it really wasn't, no malicious attack happens. Sometimes it's a false positive. There's a lot of things that need to happen. Where this would come down to if the DoD, say the Army and Navy, they decide, well, with certain contracts that have critical data, they want that reported no ifs, ands, or buts within 12, 24, or even 72 hours. Regardless of the internal determination, we'll see that it's a little bit more specified coming through, the contractor or the program manager for those specific contracts. That would be the one change I'd tell everybody to hopefully look out for. I think that'll take a year or two to be fully implemented, where we'll actually get the guidance, especially with CMMC contracts coming on board, this year into next year and then continuing on.
Brilliant. Mike, let's stay with you for a sec, and thanks to those who ask those questions and keep them coming in, because as you'll see, we'll do our best to ask them. But Mike, let's stick with you for a sec, because you gave some very good insights there into some of the implementation challenges and some of the reflections on reporting requirements. More generally, when you look at both at the way in which these requirements from the federal government are implemented, and you look at how when the rubber hits the road with a crisis, what are you looking for in terms of an organizational response? What do you think is the role of leadership? And is this something that should be led by legal and compliance team, by communications, by engineers, software operators? What do you think? What does good look like when you're dealing with these compliance issues in the organizations that you deal with?
Yeah, and I'll try to help out a little here by switching my train of thought and what I say and put it into an assessor's point of view, what we would train a CMMC assessor to do. I've always built this in, since this is one of my requirements with the CAICO, and making sure that we train people properly. There's three primary things that we're looking for. One, that you're doing, the risk process and actually going, you have some kind of risk analysis implemented that's in your decision-making process, but that it also involves business risk, because a lot of organizations have the tendency we only have so much time. I think we've all been through this, whether you've been in the C-suite or you've been an IT director, or it down to the lowest level, where you have another job, but yet an incident happened, or we think an incident happened, and now it's like all hands on deck. Everybody's got to be involved. It sucks up your whole entire day. But it seems to always focus with IT and cybersecurity doing most of the work. So the CMMC assessors will be looking to see if it goes across the business. We want to go from where we think it normally starts with cyber, somebody, doing the analytics and then going back and seeing what the user did. But to your point, to legal, sometimes it's even going to be general counsel. Do they have a decision? Because if you're a publicly traded company, most of the time you don't want to report anything until you're 100% sure, because your stocks are dropped. You don't want anything to get out in the media until you know 100%. So having all those people involved and showing that there is a business process makes the risk management and incident reporting 20 times, 30 times easier, because we can see that you have a process. We're not going to ask as many questions. It's simple. If I can tell everybody from experience, if you were to tell me that you start with an incident response procedure and it seems like we're never leaving, IT cybersecurity, I'm going to ask you, to your point, does it go to leadership? Like, who signs this off? Like, how do you know? Oh, we just send it. I can tell you a lot of times they just send it for government contracts. They're going to send it to DC3 and let the Department of Defense deal with it. And they never really did any analytics of whether it needed to be reported. Same thing goes to that comment that was brought up. you have to have a structure in place that shows that you actually are going through those processes, analysis, and decision-making overall. And I can guarantee you, assessors will not nitpick you on that. It's when you don't have a plan or a program or a process in place.
That's really, really helpful. I'm sure the many American attendees will find that very, very rich. Let me switch back to Evangelos, because I was going to ask you a related question about Europe. I know something you think very deeply about is the impact of this on organizations. It's easy to frame these regulations for giant multinationals who have all sorts of resources, but you'll be framing standards and rules for organizations of all sizes, organizations outside the European Union that maybe deal only a little bit with it. So what's your perspective on the skills and adaptations organizations need to go through to make sure that they're compliant in a useful way with this sort of swathe of recent European regulation?
Look, this is an excellent question, and thank you for asking it. I mean, yes, all these EU regulations are put an extra effort and extra demand on deliveries, from the private sector. They have to comply, they have to report, they have, to do internal analysis like risk assessments and everything. And for that, they will definitely need, the people with appropriate skills and competencies. And I'm not, referring to very mature sectors like maybe energy or telecoms. I'm referring to sectors where basically, the maturity is very low, or, the level of investment is low, and so on. So our understanding is that there should be much more investment in skills. So companies at the moment invest 4 or 5%, maybe a little bit more on cybersecurity as a part of the ICT budget. We definitely need more. We also see that, at the moment there is a chaos, in all these profiles. There is no way of, certifying, or somehow proving the skills and the competencies of the people. And that's why we have a very good and strategic collaboration with SANS and companies like SANS, where we came up with a CSF, the European Cyber Skills Framework. That is a very simple framework, defines, particular profiles, and we try to map these profiles to existing commercial institutions. On top of this, we have additional measures, and I will give one example, is the challenge. So capture the flag exercises, where we engage, thousands of youngsters, so between 18 and 25, 26 years old. And we see that, around 50-60% of these people, even if they are not IT literate, I mean, they find very good jobs in cybersecurity. And so these are some of the good ways, that we can all learn and use. And I understand that, the industry will move, and AI might be a disruptor factor here, but definitely for the next 5, maybe 7 years, we have to invest more on people and on the skills and competencies of these people.
Well, maybe hold that thought on AI for the final question. We are coming towards the end, but there's an excellent question in the comments asked by someone going by the moniker of Childill. Now, I don't know if Childill is based in Europe or the US, so I'll ask both of you. You go first, Evangelos. And it's essentially, it's follow on from what you've just answered. It's about small businesses. Are governments or agencies like yours thinking about how to help them follow these secure practices, or is this just an overhead that doesn't matter how small you are, you have to put up with it? What's your perspective on that?
Look, my suggestion,
he's just confirmed. Childill's just confirmed they're US based, but still, I think it's relevant in the European context too. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Indeed, I mean, we have in Europe a lot of SMEs, and definitely some of them are going to be hit by the EU legislations, and we are very worried. We don't want, basically these companies to start investing, their capital. I see a couple of solutions. One solution definitely is the outsourcing. So we see a lot of cloud, services emerging, So, and there we try to put some order as well, hopefully soon, where we want to understand basically what are the typical characteristics of the service providers, security service providers here. So that is one option, is the outsourcing, okay? And I believe that, the cost will go down, and that might be a solution for SMEs. The other solution is to insource. And if you wish to insource, definitely you have to invest a lot of money and keep up, with the trends and everything. And I don't know how easy that will be for an SME. Here, the governments and the public authorities might have to consider, what to do, how to improve the capacity, how to help, as SMEs. It's not an easy problem to solve, for sure. And the legislation has to be fit for purpose for these companies.
Really helpful answer. Let me turn it back to you, Mike. Hello, nice to see you now. It's great. That's the face of the voice that's been giving us so much good advice for the last half an hour or so. Just same question to you. I mean, essentially, are small businesses priced out of dealing with the sort of frameworks that you are responsible for with the federal government, or is there some way of helping them?
No, so the federal government actually has a couple programs in place. Most of those are going to go through the Office of Small Business, or for most of us, it's the SBA. With that, there's been over the last 2 years, there's been partnerships to give tools and most of them come from the FBI and the NSA have programs that have been incorporated into the cybersecurity strategy underneath the DoD for contractors. Those are voluntary. You sign up for them. I would say that they're limited. We'll see more of those as especially as CMMC program progresses. The other probably big thing that's kind of some people know about, some people don't. The government has already been working. When I say the government, the DoD primarily has been working to create small business platforms. Ideally, it would be a CMMC environment that is already created. It gets thrown onto the contract, so you don't have to pay for it. Everything's there. You'd store all your data inside of it. We're still in the process of completing those, but there is initiatives, ideally, to reduce the burden, the cost of having to worry about the assessment and everything else, and then also doing all the implementation yourself, which is probably the most costly factor in bidding on a government contract that's going to have CUI.
Brilliant. So different but encouraging answers from both of you on that small business question. Now, I've just had a warning from the organizers to finish up soon. We've got the great Rob Emley, the founder of Dragos, waiting in the wings. So we're going to have to finish up soon. But I've got one question for each of you. Before I mention that, there's a great question from Erica in the chat from New York saying, what resources does everyone use? It's quite a difficult question. What resources does everyone use to stay abreast of global cyber regulations, new and changing, and their impact on your business? I think that's quite a hard question. We can keep that discussion going on YouTube, on LinkedIn, and so forth. I think actually it's a very challenging question. We need to think about it. At SANS, we try and do things like this. We try and put out messages. Some of the law firms do it, but it can be quite hard to track. Now, if either of you have any reflections in your final answer on that question, feel free to draw on that. But it's not the question I was going to ask. I was going to ask first you, Mike, and then you, Evangelos. If there's one message that you put out to companies that have to implement these things, just one thing that you think, you know what, here's the most important thing to try and stay afloat in this environment, to try and prosper in this environment. One thing you can do or think about. What is it, Mike?
Yeah, I would tell you, don't wait. Build your cybersecurity program based on your business. Protect your business data, which is if you have looking to bid on a government contract, already have a government contract that would have, critical data that needs to be protected. Almost all contract data has to be protected at some level. Start with your business and you will protect the government's data inherently because it's part of your business structure. That's it. That's my one thing I can tell everybody. And do it for your organization. Don't just think about the government.
Hey, look, that is great because, there's so much rich content here, but at the end of the day, people are only going to remember so much. So, Evangelos, you got any final thoughts from you?
Well, I would say exactly the same. So companies have to take ownership, of their cybersecurity program. They should not be defensive or use, all kinds of arguments. It is in their interest, to offer, credible, reliable services, and customers will definitely appreciate that. It was really in the past when cybersecurity was considered a cost. I believe that cybersecurity is maybe considered now a competitive advantage. And if companies, change the narrative, they might see benefits, in differentiating their products and services.
Okay, well, look, thank you both, Evangelos and Mike. Thank you to everyone who posted their comments and questions in the chat. It's been absolutely fascinating. I think whilst there's a whole plethora of initiatives and regulations, some of them from government in terms of contracts, some of them in legal form. You probably don't agree with every detail of every last one of them, but I think some of what we can see here is that the rule makers and standard setters are being very thoughtful about them. They are engaging in issues about what it means for a small business, what it means for implementation. They're thinking ahead to issues like AI. So it's a fantastic start to this afternoon's compliance countdown. I myself will be back in a couple of hours to talk to leading CISOs, Chief Information Security Officers, about how they're dealing with it. But with thanks to Mike, thanks to Evangelos, it's back to you, Brian.
Hey, and thank you so much. And I really appreciate it very much, Evangelist and Mike's time today. And Kieran is going to be back here a little bit later talking to a couple CISOs and security leaders about what they're doing about the directives. So we're going to be taking a 5-minute break before we start with Rob M. Lee. So just a couple quick things. If you do want CPEs, I know I'm going to probably say this again and again and again and again. Please note that you do need to register with SANS. So like, for example, if you need it for a certification such as GIAC or a CISSP or for example, with CompTIA, we do highly recommend that you put that in there just so that way we can give you a certificate of completion. It is for, just so you know, CPEs by attending today's session. So you're going to hear me say that again and again and again and again. Beyond that, you're going to see a couple different just coming around the tickler as far as some resources that we had. I know one of the questions, Erica, you had talked about, hey, how do I keep up with everything? So SANS tries its darndest to kind of give you all the resources that are out there and things along those lines. I'll admit it's a little bit complicated, but we have resources, anything from NIST2. We also have resources on DORA. We have resources on the ECSF, for example. I know today we talked about the Department of Defense 8140, which is a workforce mandate. We do actually have resources on that. You'll see other resources, like we do have stuff on CMMC that we've done a webcast on. So all the different things that you're hearing, and then even different parts of around the world. For example, we do have the Saudi cybersecurity framework up, different things that we're always building. We do actually have a new website. So I know we only got like about an extra 2 to 3 minutes where we got a special treat where we're going to have Rob M. Lee. So, my little introduction about Rob is I've known Rob now for, gosh, I think it's about 15, 20 years. And so, Rob, you may not remember this, but we were at Grid SecureCon in San Antonio. And I remember you talking about the concept of Dracos. And I remember how exciting it was. And just seeing the reality of what has happened and how you've created. I mean, you're bigger than SANS now.
Yeah,
so I believe. So, but I just
different markets, different people. But it's wild. Yeah.
But I always remember that it was like one of the first times I met you. I think I had met you like 2 or 3 times before that. And I just remember you talking about the concept. And I don't know why it always stuck in my mind. And like now, every time that I get to hear and see all the stuff that you've done, like I always go back and go, gosh, I remember him talking about that concept. And I think it ended up like 20 times bigger than you ever expected.
I did. Like it was always important to do. And so from a mission perspective, we're like, hey, let's do it. And also at the time, like every venture capitalist and all this other stuff was like, OT, operations technology. No. This is nothing. This is a niche. And I'm like, that's fine, but the mission is important. I didn't expect it to turn into a multi-billion-dollar company. No, that's correct. But it's cool. I haven't screwed it up yet, so we'll see. I got time.
Well, and I remember at that time, Grid SecureCon was like, I think less than 100 people.
Yeah.
So it was a lot smaller. OT was like, what's that?
I think we had only just started calling it OT as well, because before that was like industrial automation control systems or industrial control systems. And then eventually it was like, there's so many different segments and so many different communities. It was like OT is kind of the cover term. I think OT only started coming out like maybe that year, or like a year before that. So it was, it's been interesting to watch.
It's been exciting. And so I appreciate all the efforts that you've done. And we're going to have Tim Conway afterwards.
Yeah.
So these two are going to tie in. And
I'll like, it's like the volleyball thing, like I said it, but he's coming into, Tim's the smarter one. The audience isn't a treat for Tim for sure.
And I always consider myself very, very blessed to have with what I always consider the founder of ICS, good old Mike Asante. So we still think of him every single day. So
yeah, it's too early for whiskey. So yes, yeah.
Well, Rob, I'm going to pass it on to you. So hey, I appreciate your time today.
Absolutely. Yeah, perfect. So thanks for having me. Thanks, folks. So I've got like 30 minutes with you to talk about global cybersecurity compliance trends. I'll try to recommend you to some resources because I already see the questions over here about like, hey, small businesses and how to help and so forth. So I'll point out some things. Let me Google some things for you real quick. But the conversation today is not going to be one with slides. So I'll do a quick introduction of myself. And it probably makes sense why I don't do slides, but we're just gonna have a conversation, right? And so the outline that you saw in the presentation, those are things I'm gonna hit, but it's just a conversation and hopefully interactive. But like I said, I got the chat over here, so happy to be available to y'all. So for those of you that haven't interacted with me before, as mentioned, my name is Rob Lee. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Dragos. Dragos is an industrial control system, or OT, operations technology company, services intel technology. Like, we go monitor industrial facilities, get called in during the big attacks, things like that. And in that role, given that we're the largest independent player out there doing OT, and given that OT is the critical part of critical infrastructure. So when we talk about these compliance standards and things and the regulations, a lot of governments really focus on critical infrastructure, and they really focus on the critical part of critical infrastructure. And I'll walk through all that in a second, but that positions us to also just be in a lot of different policy discussions. So I got my start in my career working in the U.S. Air Force, started over the National Security Agency and built out the government's mission looking at states breaking into infrastructure. And I highlight that to say that at the time when that first started and we first started doing that mission, there was not a big delineation between IT and OT. Definitely not at a policy level, definitely not at a regulatory level. It was a discussion of, hey, there's critical infrastructure, let's focus where we see the attacks. The reality was most people were collecting data in enterprise IT environments. They weren't collecting the data in operations technology environments, the manufacturing facilities, the water treatment plants, the electric grids, et cetera. And as a result, they weren't looking for threats because they didn't have the data. And so they didn't see threats, and they went, okay, I guess all the threats are in IT. So a lot of the work over the years in compliance and policy, and even just the cybersecurity industry in general, was focused on enterprise IT because that's where we saw the threats, that's where we saw the risk, that's where we were digitally connected. It was like, let's focus there. As board of directors and governments got involved more and more in the cybersecurity discussion, there was presentations for years of, here's our enterprise IT risk. And that enterprise IT risk was presented at the board meetings and so forth, and green KPIs and heat maps and all that. And they were like, yes, we're covered. It was only probably about a decade ago that some companies started asking the question very poignantly of like, wait, does enterprise IT risk represent the enterprise or just enterprise IT? And they started getting the feedback of, oh yeah, just the enterprise IT. The CIO and CISO is empowered on enterprise IT, not necessarily the oil facility, not necessarily the manufacturing plant. That's operations. And so board members and CEOs started getting educated on this topic even faster than the cybersecurity community, because they know where to generate revenue. And all the revenue generation capacity of a company is on the OT side. And so then they're being told, hold on, you're telling me that 95% of our spend, like all the stuff that you're highlighting, is relative to the non-revenue generation portion of our business, to the non-national security side of it, to the non-safety side of it. I'm like, yeah, enterprise IT. And that's caused a lot of turmoil since that started getting highlighted. We still see companies, I'd still do board meetings today where that clicks for them only now. There's various people in the various times of the journey, but on a policy side, people are paying attention. So after my career in the military and NSA and all that kind of fun stuff, I came also to SANS, but also started Dragos at that time. At SANS, I am the course author of ICS 515, which is the ICS Network Monitoring and Response course, as well as ICS 310 with Tim Conway, who's next, and Jeff Shear, which is the really affordable, like entry-level class that we made. It's like a $500 class that we just try to get out to the community to teach them and on-ramp them into OT. So for anybody, when I talk about OT today, if you're super interested, take a look at ICS 310. It's meant for that. And then I'm also the course author of Forensics 578, which is the cyber threat intelligence class. I'm a fellow here at SANS, even though I've got my work there. And then outside of that, I'm also in the Army National Guard, where I lead up the OT response plans for the country and looking across like how we're going to deal with conflict between different countries and if anything happens to our critical infrastructure. And then beyond that, I'm also over the World Economic Forum and their leadership committees over electricity and oil and gas, and looking at global policy and how we work across Europe and others, and NIS2 and all these different standards. So I say all of that to say a lot of my work gets involved, even though I'm a technologist, even though I'm focusing on OT security, a lot of my work ends up getting into these global policy discussions. I've testified at Congress 5 times and work with various governments around the world to look at this, whether it's Saudi Arabia and their regulations, the SOCI regulations in Australia, what's going on right now, like I said, with NIST version 2, looking at Singapore. I work very closely with them and their national regulation. So I'll try to bring to this conversation, even in a condensed time, what's happening between all these. Like, what's the common threads between all these various compliance and regulatory standards, and what are they trying to accomplish? Because the surprising thing is, across all these various governments and regulatory bodies, it's almost entirely the same requirements. And it's almost not necessarily the security controls they recommend, but like why they're doing this is almost entirely the same. And it goes back to most of these governments, most of the regulatory bodies are looking for the reliability and the safety and usually the affordability of these services that are getting provided to the community. And if you're providing a service, there's an expectation that you're able to do it safely and reliably. If you're going to be in society, that's how they want you to operate. If you are granted, as an electric company, as an example, almost a monopoly in your area, there's going to be a lot of regulatory sort of schemas and standards across you going, hey, we're basically saying that you're the monopoly. You're the electric company in this area. We don't want a bunch of electric companies spinning up. It's not suitable for economy. You're going to be the electric company in this area, but you've got to be this tall to ride the ride. You've got to keep to this level of safety and reliability. And therefore, cyber just ends up being a component of that safety and reliability discussion. But again, the number one common trend, the number one theme is governments and regulatory bodies realizing that there is a difference between IT and OT. And it's not just on what operating system. We have Windows operating systems in the substations. That's not what makes it IT. The purpose of the device. Is it involved in a control loop? Is it something that can open up a circuit breaker? Is it collecting industrial control system data that I'm using for forecasting the electric system and modeling? All of that becomes OT. And as a result, it's historically been largely ignored. And it wasn't ignored because people are stupid. It was ignored because a lot of those assets weren't digital 20, 30 years ago. They weren't hyper-connected 20, 30 years ago, but now they are. And every board of directors out there, these companies are having AI discussions, which isn't changing necessarily what we're doing in security inside of operations technology. But what it is doing is demanding more and more connectivity and data out of those environments, which is opening up the attack surface. So the number one theme, governments are trying to figure out the difference between IT and OT and have that discussion. And it's surprising me that even my last congressional testimony was an OT specific cyber hearing. That's very new in the world of policy, to start seeing Congress not just have cyber conversations, but to have specific hearings on OT. So number one, OT and IoT are different. And the various governments out there and policymakers are looking to be able to have that conversation. And you see it called out again in all of the different regulations we see coming out. I think, again, a great example is in Singapore. When you look at their master plan, it's an OT master plan for the country. And they have an OT specific regulatory schema for what's going on in their critical infrastructure operators. It's actually a really good example of a country taking it very seriously, having OT focuses. The cybersecurity agency there, CSA, has done a phenomenal job really educating their public and trying to talk about it. But if we go under that one trend of OT and IoT are different, we're trying to educate people. That second trend is, again, how do we have reliability against real threats? We've gone through this era of talking cybersecurity and talking about threats. And honestly, on the OT side specifically, prior to 2015, there wasn't a lot of public industrial control system threats. There wasn't even a market for detecting and dealing with these things. So if you're writing a regulation schema prior to 2015, which a lot of them were written then, you're going, what am I writing it against? How am I supposed to do good cybersecurity without the guidance of what the threats are actually doing? There's no intel to drive this. And so what they did was they took the IT cybersecurity standards and regulations and they copy and pasted which ones could go into a manufacturing facility. Not necessarily which ones should, but which ones could. So we had discussions of how to patch an industrial control system. We didn't have a conversation of should you. And a lot of times, like actually by the data, 2 to 6% of the time is 2 to 6 percent of the time is the vulnerabilities you should actually be addressing in industrial control systems, by the data, by the intel, just by the understanding of what causes operational risk. 2 to 6. So it wasn't a conversation of should we, it was a conversation of how do we. And so you go down a lot of those standards and regulations, that was what was happening. And so now, sort of the second trend, now that we've got a body of data and then we have a lot of insights on threats, that second trend is how do we understand the right threats, the right scenarios, the right models, and have that drive the security discussion instead of what's a good or bad control, because it's not an ethics discussion, it's what controls actually work. And so for that one, and I'll drop this in the chat, I think, or I'll drop this to the administrators here. Maybe they'll put it in the chat for us. But the first one, I think I got to connect to YouTube. I'm not going to do that. All right. So I'll just reference it for you. The first one I'm going to reference is over at the SANS Institute. It's titled The 5 ICS Cybersecurity Critical Controls. So years ago, there was the 20 critical controls through CIS, first SANS, then CIS held it. The conversation of the years of what would be the critical controls in industrial control systems and OT. These 5 are the ones that formed. Tim Conway and I wrote them. And what we did, and here's the tie-in to the regulatory discussion, what we did is we said, what security controls worked against all the different threats we've seen? Not some interesting DEF CON research, not some national lab doing research, but what threats actually took place, what threats actually targeted and impacted OT, and what security controls were effective in all of them. Not 10%, not 40%, but like all of them. And whatever those are going to be the critical minimum viable, controls. Those are the ones you have to do. And it ended up being these 5. So multiple of the regulatory schemas, multiple of the standards that are coming out are taking the same approach now. And actually, some of these governments and some of these regulatory bodies are actually using the 5 critical controls in general. Like Australia and their ASD and ACSC organizations have done a phenomenal job of doing a critical infrastructure uplift program where they go to companies and they try to provide advice and like assessments and things like that. And they're actually modeling it off of the 5 critical controls. So we're starting to see a commonality form between how governments are approaching the problem, which is very helpful, especially for international companies. We don't want a regulator in the Philippines and a regulator in Malaysia and a regulator in Singapore and a regulator in the United States all having different regulations for the same oil and gas company that's operating off of all 4 shores. So this kind of harmonization effort usually gets down to, what does the intel tell us? What are the threats actually doing? So that second big trend is looking at what threats actually impacted specific industries and trying to adapt the regulations from copy and pasting IT into what actually is purpose built for OT, what is purpose built for the threats that we're seeing. And that's not to ignore all the IT stuff, but there's a global appreciation that most companies have done quite a bit in IT already, in IT security, not necessarily all the small businesses. There's definitely a cyber poverty line there. But the larger companies have done a lot in enterprise IT. A lot of the regulations and policies you're seeing now is how do we get into what affects reliability, which is largely going to be OT. How do we do that? We're going to take more of an intelligence-driven approach, because then there's not a debate on what we should do. It's here's what the adversaries are doing. You should address that. So that's that second big trend, is taking that more of an intelligence-driven approach. Now, the one that I'll highlight, and probably the regulatory schema that I highlight most around the world, is NERC CIP. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with how regulation works in the United States, especially with NERC and FERC, so inside of the United States, really North America, but inside of the United States, we have the bulk electric system. It's basically the big stuff, especially like transmission lines that go across state lines, because if it's inside the state only and it can only impact the state, that's a state local sort of discussion. You can have state laws and regulations. But if it's interstate transmission systems going across state lines, or so big, like a big control center that could impact the broader system outside of your state lines, ends up getting classified as a high or medium asset under the discussion of NERC, which is a sort of a nonprofit entity, like a independent quasi-government organization that's made up of the power companies. And so NERC says you're high, you're medium, here's the companies that are in scope for NERC. And that is a derivative sort of authority from FERC. FERC is the government agency, the regulator for the bulk electric system. They're the federal, reliability coordinator. Like they're the ones that are supposed to be in charge of making sure that the electric system is reliable. And so they're the ones tasked by Congress to be able to write policy and regulations and so forth. NERC is sort of the enforcement side of it, is the easiest way to think of this. So why do I highlight them as a model? It is, in my opinion, the best example of a collaborative regulatory schema that's achieved outcomes. Okay. So what does that mean? Congress says, we think we should have reliability across the electric system. We want our citizens to have safe, affordable, reliable electric power, not just from cyber, but anything. FERC says that's where we're focusing. We're going to write regulations that state that you've got to comply with these levels of resilience to make sure that you're reliable and can do the things that the intent from Congress comes from. So you have your elected officials saying, I want to have this intent of having reliability. FERC then looks at that and then does all the studies to say what could hamper reliability, whether it's battery storage and weather stuff, or is it physical security, is it cybersecurity? What are all the different things that can impact reliability? And then what FERC does is they say, here's a gap in the regulation, or here's where the industry is changing, and therefore we need to change as well. And they will put out a sort of an order to the power companies and NERC and say, like this most recent one, what we think is right now there's a gap inside of OT, inside of the electric perimeters, and inside of your perimeters of inside these companies, not firewall going north-south traffic, but inside the substation, inside the control center. We don't think you can detect the types of threats we care about. And so the types of threats we're seeing, this intelligence-driven approach, your security controls by compliance wouldn't protect you against those. You have device level security and you have perimeter level security, but we're missing this layer of what's happening inside the organizations. Therefore, we are going to say that there should be this internal network security monitoring regulation to go and require OT specific internal network security monitoring. Our intent is reliability, and specifically to be able to detect and respond to the types of threats that are actually impacting electric. And we think you should be deploying like OT specific tooling to get that data. And we think this is how you might be able to do it. So what they essentially say is, here's why we care. Here's what we want the outcome to be. Here's a sample how, and we're not stuck on the how, but we think this is about what it might look like in our research. And then NERC comes together and says, cool, let's pull people from the different power companies, the people that are going to be regulated. Let's talk directly to them and bring in subject matter experts from the power companies that say, okay, here's what FERC said. Here's the intent. Here's the how they gave us. What do you think? And they go back and forth and they go, well, you can't actually do it that way, or here's what would be challenging, or it'd take a lot longer than you're thinking, or here's the areas it needs to be modified. And then it goes back and forth. This group that get together from industry pushes back to FERC. Hey, we think that there's some changes needed. FERC says, I like those changes. Those ones, no, it would make it hard to audit. These ones, yes. And they go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until they get to something that both sides feel comfortable with. Then they put it up for a vote and they say, hey, utilities, does this represent, did we do a good job? Do we think this is implementable? Not, do you like it or not? Not, I don't want more regulation, but is this implementable? And do we think it reaches the intent? And then after that vote takes place and they go, yep, we're all on board, which just happened. Like this can take like a 2-year process. It can take longer, but generally like a 2-year process. The industry goes, okay, now let's move it in. And so that's what just happened with this new NERC CIP 15 regulation for internal network security monitoring. And they said, okay, you now have 3 years to roll this out at your highs and 5 years to roll out to your mediums, and then we're going to audit you. And if you pass your audit, no problem. If you fail your audit, it can be like $1 million a day kind of fines. It gets pretty significant pretty quickly. And so if you look at it from a model of government sets why they care, and it's focused on value to the citizens, you have a government agency that says, here's the why we're doing it, the what we want you to have as an outcome, and maybe how. And then you have industry come together and go, let's help you understand the how, because we're the asset owners and operators. We know how to do this stuff. Let's work with you. And then we all come together and then we move it into regulation. And that regulation has teeth at the end as real penalties. That is, I can't think of a better model. Like that is a wonderful model. And it's working very well with NERC CIP. So when I sit in these various policy and regulatory discussions around the world, it is very common that NERC CIP comes up as an example of how to do these things. And it's got flaws too. But we see it sort of as the gold standard. So for those of you around the world, I see people checking in from Philippines and other words, go take a look at NERC CIP as the model, as an example, because that is what's in a lot of these conversations. So that's kind of what's happening in NERC CIP. Underneath that, then you see what's happening like NIS 2. And so the same conversation is now happening in Europe, saying we've got all these different member states across the EU. We want to have like a common framework to do reliability standards. We don't want you all have to do something different between, you know, what Poland does versus France and everybody else. Like, let's have some commonality, and let's move in these entities that are entities that could impact the community. Which, again, inherently, this isn't a breakout IT versus OT discussion, but it inherently becomes an OT discussion very quickly for what governments care about. Again, the website of the power company goes down, nobody likes it. The credit card data gets stolen, nobody likes it. The power goes out. The manufactured products don't go out. The water gets manipulated. Like, that's what governments tend to focus on. Which, and like I said, it's not so much that OT is the only focus. It just makes it where OT ends up being the main focus in those discussions. And that's what, again, we're seeing the regulatory and that number one trend I mentioned. So we look at NIS version 2. The interesting thing about this, and I think this is where, like, I'm quoting Tim Conway when I say this. He's the one that pointed it out to me. But there are so many entities coming under scope of NIS version 2 and so quickly that when you look at the number of companies out there that do OT security and work with people to do OT work, and how many people on this call and elsewhere that want to get trained up to do OT, because that's where the sort of the movement is happening. It's a lot. It's a lot of entities, and there's going to be a lot of demand. But the problem is, there's not a lot of supply. And so what the sort of the third trend that we're seeing is, in complying with these regulatory schemes, NERC CIP, NIS version 2, whatever, there is some companies that are waiting, and there's some companies moving very quickly. The companies moving very quickly have a huge advantage, because the companies that are waiting is like 80%. Like, if you look at the just distribution, I'm making up the numbers, but just generally speaking, it's about 80% are waiting to see what happens with other companies and then take those lessons learned and move. And that's typical in the industry. The problem is, you have a low amount of supply, high level demand. If you're all waiting to the last minute, eventually people are going to get left out. And there's going to be companies turned away going, sorry, we can't provide you business. You didn't tell us ahead of time. We couldn't forecast for it. And we're working with these other 500 companies. And so the third trend that I'm seeing is there's a very clear divide between the fast movers and the people that are going to be left out. And there's going to be a huge lack of demand. So from a SANS perspective, there's a whole lot of, like, let's train people up. There's also the whole ICS 310 being like a $500 class instead of the normal prices of just like, get this out to the community. Like, people are going to need this. But there's also movement on, like, OT security companies, whether it's Dragos or others, and companies trying to figure out who's going to be the long-term partners, because a lot of change is happening in the regulatory landscape over the next couple of years. Now, please go ahead and put in your questions. I know that we've only got a couple minutes left. I want to be able to answer them. But trend number one, IT and OT, very different. Policymakers see that. We're starting to see that in terms of policy discussions. Number two trend, on the regulations, they're trying to take an intelligence-driven approach now that we have seen what real threats look like. And there's models like NERC CIP that get sort of highlighted around the world for what a good model looks like. But we're seeing these conversations in most of the countries, again, Singapore, Saudi Arabia, UK, Australia. Like, we're seeing all these countries do the same kind of discussion. And then the third trend is, you have very clear divides about to happen of, you'll be able to be successful, or you're going to be left out and you're going to start getting the penalties. And just because you didn't move quickly enough. And that is very abnormal compared to what we normally see in the regulatory landscape. Normally, you've got enough time, because rolling out an enterprise IT project is nowhere near as slow as rolling out an operations technology security program and all the things that are required to come up to the level of regulation that policymakers thought we already had, which we didn't, because that whole difference between IT and OT thing back in trend one. So when you look at the strategies for aligning this, and you're trying to get it right, I'd look at the intel-driven, right? The SANS ICS critical controls are a great example to do that. And the methodology in the paper and how to tailor it for your industry is all there. So I'd take that intelligence-driven approach. I'd be talking to your partners, your vendor ecosystem, your supply chain, whatever that looks like, earlier rather than later. And I'd be engaged in the policy discussions and have staff in-house that are learning kind of the OT side of the house and OT security. Again, not because I think OT is better than IT and all that good stuff, but because the intent is the reliability, the intent is the services being provided from critical infrastructure to our communities, and the side of the house that does that is OT. So it's just by default more of an OT discussion. And then I did note that there was sort of a lot of small businesses on. If you're in North America, something to take a look at in electric, water, and gas. If you're in North America specifically, there's something called the Community Defense Program that my company runs. Dragos runs this Community Defense Program. You just Google Dragos Community Defense Program. It is for any company that's under 100 million in revenue, which is like 90-something% of all of the utilities across electric, gas, and water. These are the ones that never have resources, can't get anything done. There's actually considerations around they try to buy stuff, but there's a whole public utility commission discussion, and they're not allowed to pay for it. Weird stuff. Anyways, under 100 million in revenue, electric, gas, and water, you're able to get all the stuff that we do for free forever. So our technology, our training, like anything that we have, it's just go make the community better, please. I've got 3 kids with another one on the way. Like, just go provide lights and water and do good stuff. So if you're a small business inside of that classification, there's help out there. If you're outside of that, usually hit up like an ISAC or a CERT or whatever, and they can plug you into your various community resources. There is help out there, and usually the number one problem is just getting to awareness. But for those larger companies, like I said, those 3 big trends: find your partners, and recognize that there is, again, a lot of movement here. The last thing I'll say, and then I'll just leave a couple minutes for questions, so feel free to put in questions if you have it. The last thing I'll say is when you look at the regulations and how they're adapting, the other thing that we see is a shift from just preventative. So we did a blog years ago where we looked at all the different cybersecurity standards, not regulations, but standards out there. And we looked and we broke it across the NIST cybersecurity framework, like identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. We just said there's these active, like preventative controls, and then there's more of active controls of like detect, respond, recover. How does the standards shape up against that? And we found that on average, between 75 and 98% of all the guidance that goes to companies is preventative: patch, passwords, access control list, etc. And so the industry is being told to spend 25% or less, sometimes even like 2% of the resources and focus on being able to detect threats, respond to them, recover from it. And so what ends up happening is we're not as resilient as we'd like. And we don't know always when a cyber attack took place in operations. We don't have the data. We weren't doing detection, and it's gone after the incident. So there's all these problems with that. The sort of the last trend I'll highlight with these regulations is we're starting to see that prevention bias be corrected. And so we're starting to see some of these regulations and standards push more for visibility, detection, response, recovery, etc. And then you can see that clearly again in NERC CIP. That whole NERC CIP 15 thing was all about detection, which was the first time we've seen that in that model, in that regulatory schema. So I would highlight, again, IT/OT, different. Look to the trend of identifying the actual threats and intelligence-driven approach to be guiding the intent behind a lot of these regulations. Understand the difference between the sort of the first movers and no movers in this, because it will be pretty stark, especially with NIS version 2. I think Europe's going to get hit really hard on this. And then the last one is there's a correction of the prevention bias, where we're starting to see more discussions of detections, because the government wants to be able to reach out to you and say, hey, here's what the threat looks like. Do you have it? Yes or no? And if they can't have that conversation with you, that's where they feel that there's a gap in the regulation. And we're seeing that very clearly. All right, so let's see. I'm going to introduce Tim here in a second, but let's see. Yep. Yeah, great comment here. NS2 is a strong step forward, but clear OT security guidelines definitely missing. So I very much appreciate the call out on the 5 critical controls. Like I said, we're seeing that even Congress and others highlighting it. What I would say is you can map it to any of your standards. You can take the 5 critical controls as the strategy and map it to 62443, map it to NIST 800 or NIST cybersecurity framework or 853 or whatever else. You can translate it into your standard of choice, but the strategy takes that intel-driven approach that ends up aligning with the intent behind a lot of the compliance schemas that we're seeing right now. But again, move very quickly, because our industrial world is also getting much more highly automated. And without these sort of approaches, what we're finding is we can't actually determine if a cyber event took place. Look at the Spanish, Portuguese electric outages as an example. Great companies working through hard things, not trying to second guess them. But when that took place, a lot of the forensic data required to determine if cyber was involved is a network telemetry, because OT is more about system to systems, where IT tends to be more about systems and data. And if you weren't collecting that ahead of time, it's gone. And so a lot of the best data for actually determining, was a cyber attack, did it happen or not? Like, is this just like a configuration error? Is it an electric outage error? Is it like a cyber attack? A lot of that data to do that root cause analysis is that network data that is there or not. And there's no making it up after the attack. And so again, we're starting to see those regulations go, oh, we're not even capable of dealing with this, regulate. And what I would highlight there for you, and it's probably the last big thing to highlight, is you don't want to wait for your regulator to have the answer. You want to, as a community, be moving and saying, this is what works for us. Here's an example to the regulator. It always ends up better for you. And then I'll take one last question. The 2013 Target data breach, which used an HVAC vendor to infiltrate the company's network, is a classic example of OT security fails. Is there a specific framework dealing with OT vulnerabilities? Yeah, so on the vulnerability side, and we've pushed out some research on the Draco side of this as well, but it's also captured in the SANS ICS critical controls. And the 5th critical control talks about how to deal with OT specific vulnerabilities. And one of the things we highlight is to take a risk-based approach. And what that means is, in the world of OT, is now, next, or never. There's a class of vulnerabilities, never vulnerabilities, that don't impact operations at all. They can't be used to do anything interesting, or the native functionality is already there to do it. Like, why would you even need a vulnerability? And you are introducing more risk to try to mitigate those vulnerabilities than just ignoring them completely. And that's like 30 to 40% of the vulnerabilities a year. There's the next category, which is rely on your critical control 2 of defensible architecture, rely on your critical control 3 of visibility and monitoring to look for exploitation. You don't actually need to do anything about this if you're already doing the other critical controls, just monitor it. And that's another 40, 50% of the vulnerabilities. But then every year there's like 2 to 6%. That is, the adversaries are already using it, or it introduces real operational risk, not CVSS scores. It has nothing to do with risk. It introduces real risk to the operations side of the house and things that we care about, like loss of control, loss of safety, whatever. Those are the ones that need to mitigate. It might be a patch. It might be disabling the service or port that's vulnerable. But it's something. You got to change something. And focusing on that 2 to 6, and taking that kind of model from SANS and taking it from how, Dragos talks about now, next, never. I think Carnegie Mellon Cert talks about now, next, never. Taking those to your regulator is actually a very defensible stance to go, here's what the third-party subject matter experts are saying about this. We're not going to go deal with 98% of this crap because it's a distraction, but this 2 to 6% is a risk to the reliability, which is what you're focused on, and therefore, here's how we're going to mitigate it. That is a much healthier conversation to have, and it's much more doable. If you try to deal with every vulnerability in industrial control systems, which have like 20 to 50 year life cycles, like you'll be doing it forever and reduce absolutely zero risk. But taking this approach, the 5 critical controls approach, having that conversation with the regulator, et cetera, it's much more doable and defensible. All right. So with that, I am going to introduce Tim Conway, who's going to come in and talk at a deeper level. And Tim is just like 10 times smarter on stuff than I am. Especially in compliance. Tim will never do himself justice in a bio, so I'll just quickly say, outside of being a good human being and a friend for a long time and co-author on courses with me and so forth, Tim runs the SANS ICS curriculum, so he's your curriculum director, all the different classes and things we develop. Before that, he was an electric grid operator and transmission side of the house, but they also had transmission, distribution, natural gas pipelines, et cetera. Very large energy company where for 20 years he really understood on the operations side of the house. He was on the operations side of the house, but then as NERC CIP was really getting started, he was critical in implementing it at that company, as well as training people on it, as well as being involved in the standards process. So there's just very few people that are a better expert in the world on this topic than Tim Conway. And then you add in all the other Ukraine 2015 response and dealing with outages and getting involved in incidents around the world and everything else he does. He just brings a wealth of experience and knowledge. And so you all are in for a big treat. So Tim, over to you, sir.
Always good to see you, Rob. Thanks for the introduction. All right, everybody. I'm going to follow up on Rob's wonderful talk and really try to dive a little deeper into where NERC CIP sort of helped shape the standards universe for a lot of industrial control system sectors and critical infrastructure around the world. So as we kind of look to where NERC CIP came from and where we are today and where we're heading from as Rob mentioned, standards and regulation and guidelines across various sectors and different parts of the globe, and how that sort of ecosystem shapes each other. Meaning when NERC CIP first came as one of the first sort of standards frameworks, it not only impacted the bulk electric system within North America, but it sort of shattered across, impacting the original equipment manufacturers, the vendors, the software providers, the hardware providers that are really used across every sector, everywhere in the globe, and started to require additional cybersecurity capabilities. So as sort of one standard moved forward and one part of kind of the industrial control system ecosystem, it started to shatter across all of those other sectors. I have a number of slides that I will just sort of share and bring up as an image, as a graph, so you can walk along this journey with me. We're going to start kind of, as my mind thinks here, on where CIP has sort of led the way and talk about kind of that story of where it came from, with some of these images being a build. I would recommend to those managing StreamYard to just let the whole slide build instead of marching it along. But as I looked through this, I kind of thought back in the beginning, you know, we had just come from the 90s, brought a new system online at our utility in 1998. And no sooner did we cut over that system that took us 7 years to get online, we sort of understood from the provider that they were not going to be certifying it for Y2K. So after a 7 years long effort, we immediately began the 2-year short effort to rip it out and replace it. And we were doing just about anything to survive at that point and make the systems continue to be online to ensure safe, reliable, affordable power. And the conversation of cybersecurity was sort of humming along, and what it meant and what we were going to be doing in the future was very much sort of in front of us. But getting the systems online for the Y2K date that we were all sleeping in our offices and just getting ready at the stroke of midnight around the world. And as soon as that event was over, we began positioning and looking at a lot of untargeted malware that was making its way into critical operational environments simply because of poor architecture, poor segmentation, poor authentication models. And we started to have this conversation around amongst the industry of what should we be doing better. And Rob had mentioned it before, it's kind of in the DNA across electric utilities everywhere in the globe, in that whatever country we're in, we are operating a shared electrical system. So regardless of how wonderful one utility is or how well they maintain their lines or their vegetation or their facilities, or even cybersecurity for that matter, a failure of their neighbor becomes a failure of them at the speed of light. So the need to sort of be in this together has always been there. And these conversations started almost immediately after Y2K and got bigger and bigger in 2002. And by 2003, the electric industry sort of stood up and said, we have an urgent action to sort of pursue and start considering cybersecurity requirements. And for at least North America, that started 22 years ago. So over 2 decades, sort of deciding to stand up and self-regulate. And then over time, and a lot of events that occurred, we started to see sort of the version 1 of what we now know as NERC and CIP. So the Critical Infrastructure Protection Standards. And as those version 1 standards sort of were introduced, that started to shape what these cybersecurity requirements were going to be now that they're codified into law. And that allowed sort of the vendor communities, the GE, the Emersons, the Westinghouse, the Honeywell, the Yokogawa, Schneider, Siemens, all of them to start understanding at least what's going to be required for North America if they're going to be selling into that market. And at the time, because the standards came, a number of utilities started needing to do system upgrades and pursue additional requirements and how they were going to satisfy them. So it became a very active market to sell into. So product updates, feature updates, new capabilities need to be developed. And as those product lines started to mature to satisfy these requirements, the requirements didn't stay static either. They continued to grow. And version 2 came, version 3 came, version 4 came, and then we skipped it. And then version 5 came. And it was a different way of doing the standards. And sort of for the first time under version 5, what you see across many standards or country level approaches is that the asset owner who knows their system best is going to determine what they own and operate that's critical. And we operated as an industry that way for a very long time before NERC sort of stepped in and said, we, meaning NERC, are responsible for the reliability of the bulk electric system, not just from cyber, not just from physical, but from operations and everything, resource adequacy, generation mix, all the above. And looking at it from that perspective, they created the risk-based approach across each of the interconnections and determined sort of what their spinning reserves requirements were, what the resource adequacy kind of allocations were going to be, the concept of reliability coordinators and balancing authorities, and how this particular sector was going to operate. And based on that, they determined from a criteria approach, if you own something that looks like this, then you should be treating it in the following ways from a cybersecurity perspective. And you're starting to see that happen in some other sectors where they're starting to understand that the regulator or the enforcement authority or the government who's responsible for ensuring kind of this safe, reliable, affordable power system to their citizens, or water or natural gas or other kind of key resource sectors. They're starting to look at that and saying, we have a responsibility to ensure that assets and facilities of this type that service this population of our citizens or are essential from an economic or government or societal perspective, we have a responsibility to at least protect to this level these types of assets, instead of allowing the asset owner and operator to sort of determine what they believe is critical or what they believe is essential and what appropriate levels of protections exist. And as we kind of move beyond this, we've now hit a point where we're at base camp and we're operating this way across an entire set of standards. So these kind of 13 standards that exist, and you can see each one of these domains that they operate in. Rob had mentioned CIP 15. You'll note that is not on the slide in that it hasn't gone into effect yet. So these are the standards that are in effect right now. And the little dash number all the way to the right, that's the version of the standard. So you'll see since CIP began, there's kind of some standards that have gone through 8 different versions. And all the different asset owners and operators have sort of contributed to that. This standards framework, all of the requirements have been written by the asset owners and operators. They've been balloted by those asset owners and operators and voted on, and then approved by industry, then approved by NERC, then approved by FERC, and now they move into enforcement. These are the 13 standards that are being enforced today. CIP 15 that Rob mentioned is coming, and that's something that you're given a certain kind of amount of time to go implement and comply. These are some of the lessons learned from this CIP universe that has been operating for over 2 decades, that many other frameworks, government law, NIS2, some of the kind of requirements that Rob mentioned in Singapore and coming from CSA, as you look at what other nations or other sectors are considering doing, looking to what has been going on for 2 decades that have sort of shaped this universe, can be very informative. Looking at where challenges have been. So these, over the last year, have been sort of the areas of non-compliance. So this is the top 10. And if you're looking at critical infrastructure protection specifically, the ones that have been the most challenging have been change management. And that really doesn't have to do with change management uniquely. You have to dive into that a little bit more to see that that's driven by patching and system changes and modifications and this repetitive cycle where we're trying to take some IT approaches and apply them into an operational technology or an industrial control system way. And it's obviously very, very challenging to do that at any level of frequency and to do it consistently all the time without ever having a miss. And every time there's a miss, you're moving into this area of potential non-compliance and self-reporting and audits. Moving further, you see kind of the CIP 007 system management. And again, where you're taking OT applications, many of them running on traditional IT software, or you're moving into network infrastructure, and these standards apply to traditional industrial control system assets and generating stations and substations out in the field. So you're applying these requirements across very different environments and very different asset types, and you're trying to manage them to similar degrees across the entire system. So again, a very challenging element. Access controls and kind of personnel requirements and training. Those are the top 3 most violated over the last year. And this also doesn't highlight sort of the areas that were reported as a violation and dismissed under other criteria. So in this capture of this year, there's over 1,500 different sort of possible violations that have been captured and reported. These are the ones that are shown as the ones that did result in penalties. So in 1 year, these are sort of the areas of most challenge across the top 10. And again, looking at this and saying, if you were to go port this over to the EU countries that are moving forward, about half of them have started to sort of write NIS2 legislation into law, and consider what things specifically and how you want to word that as it applies to the different companies contained within each country. And then as you have companies that go from country to country, how those countries in specific sectors need to be sort of considerate of this and the language specifics that they use in the requirements. I'll highlight just for one piece here, sort of the highlighted words to make this as simple as possible for those not coming from the CIP universe, but really focusing on the internal network security monitoring, where the CIP standards from way back over 2 decades ago understood kind of the need for a perimeter detection and sort of prevention at that level, and having kind of the traditional firewall protecting the assets that are in scope. And that was done under CIP 005. And if you can picture a compass, if you were navigating the universe, that being your northbound side, where your firewall was at the north, sort of protecting all of the assets down in the south. CIP 15 is really looking at that internal network security monitoring that's occurring, as it's monitoring the assets as they communicate to each other, east and west, within that protected space. And CIP 15 is really looking for the addition of detection capabilities and sensors and collectors and the whole enterprise architecture that's going to need to be built in order to do the monitoring, the detection, the evaluation of that anomalous traffic, and then retaining that monitoring data and protecting it from unauthorized deletion. Sort of taking CIP 15 and all of its requirements and sort of like boiling it down to just these 3 key words that you're going to monitor, detect, and evaluate. And then what you identify, you're going to retain and protect that information. That is the summary of what's going to be happening over the next 3 to 5 years across North America in all of our control center internal networks, across medium generation facilities and medium substation facilities, everywhere throughout our bulk electric system. And as you're seeing that growing, just like we did 2 decades ago, you're going to start to see various ICS and OT detection companies really start to refine and accelerate the maturity of all their software packages and detection capabilities, and even what their appliances look like in form factor and how many interfaces. And they're all going to start being shaped by this standard, because this market is going to be very active over the next 2 years of people buying and deploying at scale across that environment. And then moving beyond that, after the initial sort of implementation dates are met, they're going to need to learn how to operate and maintain those environments. And you're going to continue to see maturity on the integration into existing SOCs and integration into existing monitoring and detection capabilities at an enterprise level, where up high in the network, where you might have a 24/7 monitoring zone, that detection might be performed there and then passed down to a local analyst who's going to use these kind of engineering and OT specific capabilities to then go do threat hunt inside of these environments with specialized training and understanding of how to do that within an ICS space, or specifically within a NERC CIP space. But as you see that universe mature and grow over the next 3 to 5 years, it's going to shape this industry in ways that will then go benefit all the other parts of the world that are also looking at doing industrial control system network monitoring and OT visibility detection, all of those different things. This is an area where you're going to see kind of NERC CIP continue to lead the way, as they have for 2 decades. CIP 15 is one of those things, and OT network visibility, where they will continue to lead. Now, there's some areas where I would say it's been wonderful to see in this sector and watch NERC and critical infrastructure protection standards lead the way. There's certainly areas where we have CIP needs in this space, where we're talking to other sectors and we're looking to other parts of the world in what they're doing as we struggle to move forward in certain aspects. One of those is kind of this approach for virtualization. This is an area where I would say CIP was leading the way 8 years ago in industrial control systems and kind of broadly speaking, looking at saying, how do we incorporate virtualization into industrial control systems and distributed control systems and wide area SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition? And how do we do it down at a substation level? How do we include virtualization out in our plants, across our control centers, and every part? How do we do it securely? How do we do it to ensure resilience and reliability? Back 10 years ago, a number of entities were heading down this path, including the one that I worked at. As we were heading down that technology innovation path, we started to ask, if we move to this model and we go live here, what does that look like from a compliance perspective? And again, the industry stood up and said, we need to address this. And 8 years ago, the process started to go change all of the CIP standards to accommodate virtualization. We hit the point where that has gone through process, industry has approved it, and it is still sitting not as approved sets of standards. And we are still waiting for this process to finish. It's been going on for over 8 years. So for companies who went to this model 10 years ago, they have to sort of operate the technology in the new innovative way from 10 years ago and continue to sort of defend their systems and audits as if they were physical systems, not virtual. So there is ways to do it, but there is much cleaner ways to do it from a standards perspective. This is an area where other standards frameworks like NIS2 could sort of look to where CIP has led the way and follow. And in areas like this where the language has been created, but it's not been adopted, it could certainly be used and pulled to shape some of the language that's being created from country to country across many sectors to consider virtualization and what does it mean. But this is an area where I would say we started to lead, and now we've sort of landed in that base camp again, where we're just sitting here for the last 8 years. Another area where we've identified we need some leadership is in cloud. And again, for those of you who are joining from an information technology side of the world, this is where your kind of mind goes to industrial control systems and operational technology. And you may think of old gauges and dials and very manual systems across the operational technology world and universe. Everything has moved. Most things have moved to digital controls and digital components, connecting to kind of local sensors and local actuators that are handling the kinetic and the physical side, but a very, very digital universe. So when you hear us talking about cloud as if it's a new innovative technology that none of us have ever seen before coming out of the jungles, it's not so much that we haven't seen it. It's not that we're not using it. We are using it integrated into kind of data and monitoring and alerting. But when we get into operations, there's sort of like 3 different time horizons that we may operate in. There's ahead of time where we're doing sort of system planning and we're doing asset optimization, and we might be looking at maintenance schedules and other things where we're in a ahead of time planning phase, or we're in an after the fact in a billing or in a data historian where we're examining different performance and what we could have done differently from a fuels mix. And then there's the real-time time horizon. And that's truly the piece where we've had the biggest challenges in taking and trying to find the appropriate balance of safety, reliability, cybersecurity, and applying that and making that determination of what makes sense and what pieces make sense to move into the cloud or to avoid moving into the cloud. The answer isn't always yes. The answer isn't always no. But the challenge here is the standards that we've been sort of at base camp on for 8 years now, looking at those they never sort of accommodated for the use of cloud. As we look to all the requirements that we have for physically securing the assets that are being used in real-time operations and doing access control for individuals that log in or do administration, and we start to apply the cloud service model to that, it becomes challenging. And again, this is where industry has stood up, and we created a standards group that is going to go work on kind of this cloud approach and what this means for operations. So that activity is well underway, and there's a lot of active working groups. So there's great documents that are coming out, but again, this isn't approved, and it's not something that's done for the industry to start shaping their programs to satisfy. So this is an area where the CIP universe that for decades has led the way, we are definitely in a point where we could look to see what other sectors are doing and what other parts of the world are doing. And we can kind of see what emerges, and that can inform what these working groups are developing. Again, over 2 decades, what CIP has done, we would ask that as NIS2 is being moved forward, and you're looking at the changes in scope and entity classifications and security requirements and incident reporting, and you're looking at those shifts from NIS 1 to NIS 2, and you're looking at kind of how that's going to be implemented from a supervision and enforcement and penalties and supply chain. You look across all of those things, I would hope that NIS 2 is looking at what has been shaped already in the CIP universe and learning from it and adopting some of those things as they are marching down across 27 different member states, a very, very aggressive implementation from a early next year for peer reviews, early this year for peer reviews, middle of this year, kind of the member states establishing essential lists, and within 2 years, drafting sort of the review of this directive across tens of thousands of organizations, and really looking at trying to implement all of these sort of tactical items on the top side of this slide or this graphic, and all of the strategic and governance and foundational elements that have more long-term implementation issues on the bottom side of this graphic. And looking at all of these and saying, the NERC CIP universe has already been challenged with every one of these things. And we might not need to go build a new wheel. There are example wheels that have been operating for 2 decades. There are certainly areas, again, where the examples of NERC and CIP have led the way. There's examples like virtualization and cloud, where NERC CIP has needs within our own ecosystem. And there's areas where NIS2 can absolutely lead and shape the way for the rest of the world in similar ways to what NERC did 2 decades ago. As NIS2 starts to establish how they're going to legislate different sectors across the 27 member states, that will shape those vendor universes and that software community for a particular sector, whether it's rail or manufacturing or water or natural gas. And as it starts to shape those different sectors, then the rest of the world will start to receive the benefits of that because they use the same vendors and the same systems and the same software. So the world sort of waits at this moment for NIS2 to lead the way and take action. And I encourage kind of the opportunities of every one of these member states to look to what has already been done and look to these lessons learned from various standards that have already been created and released. I think Rob, in his wonderful intro, he referenced kind of the amount of time I've been working in this space, and it's in the 28 years at this point. We're approaching 3 decades, which makes you feel really, really old, unfortunately. But on this topic of what NERC and CIP has done and what it means for the broader community and what could be done by other standards or guidelines or countries or regulatory action, and how they can sort of learn from each other, I've tried to capture some of the best of items that I would highlight here in regards to what others should sort of look to each sector, whether it's in North America, whether it's in the EU, whether it's any country throughout the world that is trying to take something as important as critical infrastructure and key resource and what it means for society and our daily lives and national defense and our economy, and how you can sort of move down this path of ensuring safe, reliable systems and making cybersecurity part of that mission. And sort of considering how you would do that with organizations that have a lot of deployed facilities and elements and the challenges that come with that. Certainly a staggered implementation is one of the smartest things that we did as a sector. Considering asset owner standards development, there's a natural gut reaction from many that look at this and say, hey, if we allow the people who are going to be subject to complying with these standards to be the ones that author them, won't they naturally make them easy for themselves to implement? And I would offer from experience that under no means would anyone say the NERC CIP standards are easy, and they were developed 100% by the utilities who had to go implement them. This is an area where the teams of people who work for critical infrastructure organizations, they work and live in the communities that they serve, and they 100% understand the impact of failure on their own lives, on their neighbors, on their community, on society. They're not looking for ways around controls. They're not looking for ways to make life easier. They're looking to ensure reliability of their systems. And as they understand kind of the intersection of that mission and cybersecurity, it is really, really a great opportunity to get the asset owners to help draft the standards that they will have to go implement. While those things are coming up, so as we see CIP 15 starting to go implement, having the opportunity for peer evaluations where you can look to see how a neighboring utility is implementing a certain product or vice versa. There is no sense in having every single utility paying and taking the time to do kind of a bake-off of different products. This is a incestuous industry. You'll see many organizations that are of similar types, whether they're power generation, transmission, distribution, vertically integrated, or they're just transmission or just generation. They will sort of all move in step in regards to systems or capabilities. And this is one of those areas where kind of peer evaluations of seeing which systems are in place and how they're working will help inform other organizations as well. The criteria-based, this is going to be unique for every single sector. Within bulk power, we had the approach where each utility sort of had the opportunity to define what was critical and operate that way for many years. And after many years of that, there's sort of a recognition that maybe there was an approach that wasn't identifying enough assets. And that, again, isn't a method to bypass the standards. It's a unique perspective of if you're a single entity and you look at your picture, or kind of your footprint, and you say, if our generation assets fail, what does that mean to the larger interconnection? What does it mean to the larger bulk electric system? And honestly, a single entity failure wouldn't shatter across the entire electric system. It's engineered to prevent something like that from happening. So one entity may honestly identify that if their assets were gone, it doesn't have a larger bulk electric system impact, therefore they don't own anything critical. But if every entity came to that same conclusion, that was the larger problem where a criteria-based approach was needed. Similar things can happen in other interconnected sectors. In sectors where they are not interconnected, having the asset owner sort of identify what matters may still work. I will jump to a lessons learned slide here on the downside. There's certainly been decades of interpretation issues. As I mentioned, we have regulatory lag without question. We're sitting kind of waiting 8 years for new standards. And there is definitely a regulatory lag in what we are all going to face, where we are constantly chasing threats, and the time it takes to regulate against those takes a great deal of time. Another piece I will jump to kind of in this list is this fear of an auditor is greater than the fear of an attacker. That's something that from an organizational culture component, you really, really need to bake in and understand that the audits and the enforcement side are there to ensure that you are doing what you need to do and make it sort of an easier conversation with leadership of organizations on getting to the right thing. This is, as I'm looking at time and I see Brian's face, the you don't need a new wheel. There are plenty of good wheels out there. Please use what's there. I have one final element here, Brian, in my closing 5 minutes, and it is on the kind of where CIP has led the way, where sort of there are needs with virtualization and cloud, and there's an opportunity where CIP has informed the world and standards and guidelines and the vendor community, and now they're sort of at base camp, and there's an opportunity for other sectors and other parts of the world, like the EU with NIS2, to sort of lead the way in certain areas. But with all that coming together, I would really highlight some of the lessons learned along the way. And as Rob mentioned, what we are going to be faced with is the workforce side that impacts the needs out of NIS2, all of EU, the other countries that are sort of facing similar challenges across critical infrastructure. And again, after over 2 decades, this is an area where there's a mature model as NERC sort of looks to what are the biggest threats to reliability of the electrical system. And this is the first time as they've gone through this, where one of the largest threats to the electric system that is being highlighted right now is the shortage of labor and skill sets for people working in this space on the operations side, as well as in the cybersecurity side. And they sort of highlight 2 unique areas that I'll call out. There's the obvious look at existing staff, develop internal, but the resource adequacy at a human level and the succession planning as you have sort of this workforce that is retiring. As we asked similar questions across kind of Europe, and again, very, very common approach to the area of concern in this work group, the #1 identified was workforce, with some pretty high consequences across this discussion, from a system shutdown to operators not fully understanding the implications of their actions. This is an area where, from a standard side, we looked to operational risk decades ago, and we began regulating training and regulating credentialing and validation. We did the same with physical security requirements, and we're approaching a time where we need to start considering what that's going to look like from a cybersecurity workforce and credentialing and requirements as well. That is the main points I wanted to cover, Brian. I don't know if there's a way I can see questions that might be out there, but I can't currently. So if you can assist, that would be great.
Yeah, I can. Tim, we are running a little bit tight, if that's okay. So
sure.
we go ahead and skip questions. But I was going to say, I always learn a ton from Tim. Like, I turn to Tim all the time to help me out about all these different directives and everything else. And so, I mean, Tim, thank you so much. Tim is actually considered our top tier instructor. He's considered a SANS faculty fellow. And Tim, I mean, I was going to say, I've known you now. I know we keep saying about how we've aged like 20 years. And so I remember the early ICS summits, and sometimes I jokingly, there's a thing internally within SANS where Tim is always doing such great, what I call save the world projects around the world. We have a thing internally where we're like, where is Tim Conway today? And so, just kind of like they used to do on the Today Show, where they'd have, where's Willard Scott? We have the same thing internally of where's Tim Conway? And I'll admit, a lot of times we get it wrong because you're all over the place. But I do appreciate your time today, Tim. I was going to let people know, I'm going to say it, I know multiple times, but I just want to make sure of, hey, if you want CPEs, like you need it for certification purposes or anything along those lines, it is for CPEs. Just you want to go ahead and make sure to register with SANS. So you'll see it right here. You just want to make sure not to miss that. And I'm going to go ahead and jump into the next one. And then on the comments, I see that there's been people all the way from Madrid to Australia. I saw somebody from Hawaii, which Australia is super late for you. Hawaii, it's like crazy early. So appreciate everybody listening in and things along those lines. So next up, we actually have Chris Wilkes, who's going to be talking about, they do a executive cyber exercise, which is a little bit different. It's not a room full of people with hoodies on and stuff like that, but they're actually talking about how you go after, like I've had the luxury of getting to sit, I think, Chris, now in about 3 or 4 of your exercises. And it's exciting about like how, like you have a cyber incident, how are all the different players involved? How is legal involved? How's comms? Like how do the techs, like what do you do? Do you have a plan beforehand? How do you attack it? It brings up things you would have never thought of otherwise. At least in my world, I would have never thought of it, Chris, until I sat in your exercise and said, oh, wow, this is a lot of stuff to really think about. So we're honored to have you today.
Well, Brian, thanks for having me. And as you continue to test, it's building that muscle memory, right, for organizations. And one of the things, right, that I want to be able to do is I'm going to take about the next 30 minutes or so, obviously honored to be part of the SANS compliance countdown. And I'm going to take you through a short discussion-based tabletop where we're going to quickly go through a high-stakes cross-border data breach, right? Which is really not necessarily going to highlight the incident response aspect, which obviously is critical, but it's really going to highlight some of the regulatory challenges facing a global organization that is under a cyber attack. And it's funny because when you look at a concept called left a bum and right a bum, right? And this is a concept that info security has really adopted from the military. And I started using this regularly in my exercises probably 8 to 10 years ago. And it's funny to see how the conversations around left and right a bum have really changed, particularly when it comes to taking into account all of the regulatory aspects that are now critical, as well as they're right there in the forefront when you are dealing with a cyber incident. But you look at this left and right a bum, and your left a bum, it's really your pre-compromise, right? So this is where, you're getting ready for your prevention, you're building your detection. It's essentially all the readiness, right, to be able to protect your technology environment. But now what I'm seeing more and more with companies as I work with them is they're including their regulatory obligations, which I think is a fantastic idea, right? Because they have to be able to, as an organization and as a business, ensure their readiness for disclosure and compliance if and when an incident does occur, right? And this is one of the things where, you look at that boom moment, right? And that is really when it's been a catastrophic moment, right? Particularly when you were looking at this concept from a military perspective, but when you look at it from a cyber perspective, that boom moment is really that major incident. And we've talked a lot about what the left of boom is, but it's really the right of boom is where the exercises that we run really focus. And the right of boom really takes into account different aspects of how you're responding. But right of boom really matters. And why it matters, it's because how regulators, customers, and even boards judge the performance after a breach, after that right of boom. And it also shows that as an organization, you're able to test your accountability, transparency, and compliance, right, when you're going through an incident. And there's multiple elements, right, that come into place, right, a boom, not just, your incident response, your continuity and recovery, your critical communications, but it's also your compliance. But it's also your communication with your regulators, your investors, your employees, the public overall. When I look at this and, you look at it purely from a strategic lens perspective, you're left a BOM. It's pretty straightforward. It's all about your preparation, right? It's helping you as an organization reduce the likelihood of that BOM moment, hopefully. When you look at that right of BOM, that's all about reducing the impact, but it also demonstrates governance under regulatory pressure, right? Which is proving resilience by meeting the different disclosure timelines, all while protecting the reputation, the brand, the shareholder value of your organization. It's the right of BOM, having run well over 1,000 exercises, that I see organizations doing the most damage. And the main reason for that is because they don't have that complete business response. They could have the best cyber IT response in the world, but they really need that complete business response when it comes to right of BOM. Because right of BOM, to me, is really where trust is either lost or trust is earned. So what I'm going to do is, for the next 20 to 25 minutes or so, as we talk through different things, I'm going to talk through them as if we are all part of this fictitious company. And we're going to call this company Nexora Trust. And we're going to make it a worldwide financial services organization. It's headquartered in New York. It is a publicly traded organization. We have about 70,000 employees worldwide. We're spread across 30 different countries all over the world. We've got about 55 million customers last time I took a look, and we're right under about $70 billion in revenue. And we do have a lot of organizational resources that, as an organization, we use to be able to help us to be able to respond to a cyber incident. But as things are unfolding, one of the things is that earlier this morning, our team was notified by one of our trusted third-party threat intel providers that they picked up a post on the dark web that supposedly has some of our Nexora data in it. And as the teams worked with our threat intel provider, because there was a proof of life sample that also went along with this posting, the team was able to get a proof of that data set. And when they got that proof of the data set, it allowed them to be able to look at it within a controlled environment. They were able to validate that it does appear to be, based upon the metadata that was out there, that it does appear to be our data, and it does appear that it came from Nexora Systems. So the cyber IT teams are out there. They're working, they're determining ingress, egress, and they'll provide us updates as they have them. But at this point, we need to be able to look at this and focus on, what are we doing from a business perspective? And as we go ahead and look at that, there's multiple things, right, as an organization we need to be thinking about. So we've got a post that's out on the dark web. We're able to confirm it is our customer data, and it does appear that it has around 10 million customer records potentially. We are a publicly traded company, so hopefully, as an organization, we've already determined what our definition of materiality is, because we know that our shot clock is going to be ticking, right? Because disclosure isn't just legal, right? It's fiduciary at this point. And we know that with the laws that the SEC implemented a little bit over a year or so ago, materiality must be determined quickly. And quickly is usually 4 days with that 8K 105 filing, right? And that is one of the things that organizations, as we continue to test with them, we go through, and one of the big things we want to be able to do is determine, right, when they look at their materiality definition, building an exercise, and as each inject is presented to them, have they hit that point where there is a trigger? We've hit materiality. We need to go ahead and be able to do it. And what I have found is that unless an organization has walked through this definition with the decision makers, even though they have a decision, when they're presented with a scenario, it is still a difficult decision to go ahead and trigger if they are going to go ahead and have that 8K filing, because has it truly met that definition? Which is one of the reasons that I always tell folks it's important to be able to test your definition of materiality in some sort of a controlled environment, right? Because one of the other big challenges that I've seen with companies is that, when do they loop in the board, right? When it becomes a materiality determination, right? And it all dependent upon the governance of the board and what the agreement is. Is the board looped in something like this when they are going to make that materiality determination? But one of the critical things, and I actually just received an update from our SOC. It does appear that the data that was out on the dark web, that proof of life sample, it's now showing that we've got multiple jurisdictions. So we've got data that's in there from Europe, Asia, Latin America. So we know at this point, we've got some cross-border requirements from a reporting perspective. And this is where these types of incidents get really tricky, because we know, from a NIS 2 perspective, right, the European Union directive, they've got one of the fastest shot clocks that are out there from a reporting perspective. You've got to have 24 hours to go ahead and be able to report that. When you go ahead and you look at Singapore, right, with the PDPA, you've got 72-hour disclosure, right? And with DORA, you're looking at that. There's some strict incident reporting, particularly for financial services, right? And the challenge that you see with these cross-border requirements is, how do you avoid conflicting disclosures across multiple jurisdictions, right? Who coordinates that timeline, right? How is the team going ahead and working that? Are they managing it with a spreadsheet? Do they have some sort of regulatory reporting tool that helps them be able to understand what their regulatory reporting requirements are? And even, if you take it a little step further, right, even from a sector risk perspective, right, what if, as an organization, we had some defense data or accounts in there that were affected, that were impacted as part of this breach? That's where you could have some things like the cybersecurity maturity model certification, so the CMCC, that comes into play. And if you've got clients that are CMMC sensitive, what are the assurances that they expect having this data that's out there? And taking into account some of the different frameworks and other rules that are out there. You look at, NIST CSF 2.0 and how, from a governance perspective, right, does the board have that oversight? Have you trained your boards by going through an exercise? When you look at the Cyber Resilience Act, right, secure by design obligations, they've got a 24-hour reporting. When you look at the Cybersecurity Resilience Bill, in the UK, at this point, you're looking at mandatory ransomware mandates. Has your organization built that framework that allows the board to have the oversight that are aligned to these two new mandates? Or not these two new mandates, because there are multiple new mandates that are out there, not just two. And as we look at this, you're going to have multiple disclosure timelines, right? How do you quickly meet all of these disclosure timelines? And who owns that cross-border compliance? We call this the compliance countdown. I like to be able to say, who owns the cross-border compliance coordination and countdown, right? Is it legal? Is it compliance? Is it the CISO? Is it a board risk committee member? When you go ahead, if you were to look at some of the new rules that are out there from a regulatory compliance perspective, and we were to jump in the time machine and go back a few years, and you look at some of the breaches that have taken place, you could look at an organization not too long ago, right? It was 2020. SolarWinds was affected by a breach. You look at how that would have impacted their organization if it happened today, if they responded the way that they did, right? Everybody understands the impacts that came in via the software supply chain, impacted thousands of global customers. But the company really struggled, right, with a timely disclosure, and to the point where regulators publicly later criticized them on the way that breach was handled, right? Board members, executives, so truly the leadership team was blindsided, which raised questions at that board and leadership level around oversight and governance when it comes to reporting. You look at some of the stricter guidelines that are out there today, leadership and boards, they can no longer, I hate to put it this way, but plead ignorance or delay disclosures, right? Failing to align regulatory timelines, it's not just a compliance failure, it's a governance failure, right? That could come back and impact an organization, particularly maybe some of its leaders and directors, even personally, as we're starting to see with some of the breaches that are out there today. Now, there are some friction points, right, when it comes to reporting, right? And I like to be able, I hate to use the term friction points, but it really is friction points, to the point where when you look at an incident as it's happening, right, speed matters, right? But internal alignment sometimes can slow companies down, particularly if they don't have that muscle memory when it comes to responding, right? You have legal communications that always want to be able to have that first disclosure draft ready, right? And this can be a tug of war sometimes, which can delay when regulators are counting on hours, not days, to be notified, right? Sometimes depending upon board governance and oversight, board approvals can be another choke point that we've seen as we work with customers, right? Especially if the board expects to be able to review language before it goes public. This is where you need to be able to ask yourself, right? Who has delegated authority process in place to avoid paralysis when you're under pressure dealing with that cyber event? Regulators want certainty. One of the other challenges that you see is, forensics can take some time, right? Often incident response teams can't confirm scope or even attribution, right, within that first 24 to 72 hours. Even though regulators, sometimes you look at the shot clocks, they need that information and they require reporting within that window while the teams are still out there doing their forensics and determining exactly what happened. This is where you have to be able to weigh the risks, because disclosing too early can mean that you're over-reporting or you're reporting misstatements. But waiting too long can risk penalties and reputational harm and damage to your organization. And this is where, by going through exercises that focus on that regulatory compliance, can really help balance the speed and the accuracy when information is incomplete. And this is one of the things where, that right of boom, I always tell organizations, this is where, when you look at the right of boom, you have to look at how quickly you can respond as an organization from a business perspective, because the quicker that you can respond, the quicker that you can reduce the risk for your environment. And I always tell leadership teams, including, the CEO and all of his directs, one of the challenges here is you want to be able to make decisions based upon the information you have. But you're not always going to have the latest information when you're dealing with a breach, but you still have to go ahead and be able to make decisions. One of the other things out there, as we are reliant on different cloud providers, SaaS platforms, MSPs, which all have their own breach obligations, you're really only as strong as your weakest vendor, right? And I hate to say that, because you're always has said you're strong as your weakest link. But nowadays, with third-party dependencies, you need to look at it from that perspective. Their disclosure timelines might not match yours, yet regulators are still going to hold you accountable, right? For defense or financial contracts, right? Disclosure failures by a vendor can cascade into directly into your compliance and revenue risks. How do you coordinate with vendors or joint disclosure protocols? I have worked with organizations where we've done exercises, particularly within the financial services, and we'll bring in some of their vendors and we'll actually practice their playbooks, their run books from a business perspective to ensure that when they do have a coordinated incident, that they understand who's dotting their I's and crossing their T's, right, from a regulatory compliance perspective, but also from an overall incident response perspective. This is where I look at, you've got some global regulatory overlap, right? You've got conflicting rules, right, which can create some real governance headaches, right? I had a full head of hair before all of these recent governance laws wound up changing over the past couple of years. When you look at, the European Union's NIS2, right, which requires 24-hour disclosure. You're a worldwide company, but yet the SEC requires disclosure only when an event is deemed material, right? That could be a clash when you look at that regulatory overlap from cross borders. The clash can be too fast versus not yet material, right? It can create compliance risks really on both sides, right? Do you disclose too early, possibly hurt your shareholder value, or do you wait and risk regulatory penalties abroad? It's balancing that risk and figuring that out. But it also, as an organization, you need to be able to figure out who in the organization is really empowered to harmonize these decisions across borders so they can avoid the inconsistencies, right, that you do see out there from a reporting perspective. Now, as we go ahead and look at some of the other impacts, right, there's some human factors and some decision pressure, right, that also comes into some of your regulatory aspects, right, when you're a large multinational organization, right? You look at, leadership accountability, right? Regulators, they're raising the stakes across the board. This isn't just corporate risk, right? Directors and executives may face fines or even sanctions if disclosures are late and misleading. Governance to me is no longer abstract. It can be personal. As you continue to look at this, right, staffing fatigue, right? And this is one of the biggest things. I tell a story how one time I was working 58 hours straight through on location dealing with an event. And you think about that, probably not the best approach, right? So how do you deal with staffing and fatigue, right? Because a breach with cross-border reporting obligations can quickly become a 24/7 operation. Now, coming from the trenches, I can tell you that a lot of folks look at that and say, well, yeah, that's the cyber IT teams that are doing that. But as we're starting to see more changes from a regulatory reporting perspective, if you're that worldwide organization, it's really the business that has to be working that 24/7 as well. And remembering, teams can burn out. Errors multiply under pressure. This is where I always tell organizations, if I was running an exercise for a company with 24 folks, I would say if we're dealing with a worldwide event, I would walk in the room and I would send half of those individuals home and say, we'll see you in 12 hours as we're going to be working on rotations, right? Because this is where, having those rotations, right, ensuring that you've got the different stakeholders engaged can ensure that a firm is ready to cover gaps and keep compliance on track, even if they're responding 24/7. It wasn't not too long ago when Norsk Hydro was hit. And one of the things after they came out, it was their CIO and another member of their leadership team came out and said, they were concerned with their teams because they were working 24/7, right? And they're not concerned with them right at the moment. They're concerned, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks down the road from a burnout perspective. And that's one of the things as an organization you need to be thinking about. Decision trade-offs, right? Disclose early, incomplete facts, or you're going to risk the penalties, right? You need that consistency across legal, communications, and the business, because it's essential that externally you're able to preserve that level of trust. Who has the final authority to call materiality across jurisdictions, right? How are decisions documented? Taking all of those things into consideration, but also understanding from a regulatory perspective, you need to be able to understand words. And this comes into play when you're looping in your crisis communications, because that right above, to me, it's regulatory reporting and crisis communications that are critical, right? Can crisis comms become a compliance risk, right? You have to be able to remember that regulators watch everything that you're putting out, not just an 8K or a NIS2 filing. They're looking at press conferences, FAQ, social media posts, things of that nature. And you need to be able to remember any public statement that differs from the filing. Regulators may argue that you misled investors or withheld material facts, which could lead to a whole host of other issues for your organization, right? And this is, one of the biggest takeaways that I tell team is you need to be able to look at your communications team and pull them in, because they need to be in line from a regulatory perspective, because comms language is effectively part of the disclosure record nowadays. And this is where you need to be looking at it from your regulator timelines. If the media starts reporting things within minutes, but you've got 4 days and 24 hours between SEC and NIS2, how do you respond to those media inquiries that are coming in? Do you say something fast, or does that impulse collide with incomplete facts and is going to get you in trouble from a regulatory perspective? Because at this point, you need to be able to reassure stakeholders quickly without over-promising or contradicting things that are going to be in your regulatory filings. And that cross-border messaging, right? Which to me, wording that feels safe in one region can imply liability in another, right? So systems as secure in the US could trigger deeper scrutiny in the European Union if regulators later discover there were vulnerabilities that were out there, right? So it's getting that harmonized language. It's understanding the board and the leadership role, because having that speed without governance is a liability. And as I run organizations through these types of drills, right? Are the comms drafts consistently reviewed for compliance risk before release? In your crisis communications plan, you have your draft templates. Are you looking at those with the legal team? And also, before you're sending anything out, having the legal team have the final say in reviewing that. So taking that into account, and who owns the final authority on those plans that are going out? Is it legal? Is it communications? Is it the board? Because as we continue to look, as things are, you look to build that compliance confidence, right? And this is one of the things that why I say tabletops matter, right? As you practice under pressure, right? This gives you an opportunity to be able to rehearse things like your NIS2, your PDPA, your SEC 4-day deadline. It allows you to be able to practice under pressure with your strategic team to be able to understand what your priorities are, how the regulatory aspects play into a complete business response, tying in communications and other key critical stakeholders, right? Because you have to be able to ensure that your executive team is comfortable with making disclosure calls under regulatory and media pressure, right? You have to make sure that you've got that board and leadership alignment, right? Who says that, who has the final say on regulatory filings, right? Media statements, investor disclosures, right? These are things that you should have that overall stakeholders map built into your policies, your procedures, your crisis management plan, which is dictating who's communicating, what are you communicating, what are some of the disclosure impacts by not communicating. Having those things documented in your plan is going to allow you to better be able to respond. Because what you don't want to have happen is have something like this pop up. Here is a news brief that comes in, right? You look at a trusted insider, right, is given information to an organization about an inside breach. Now, if you assumed we haven't notified anybody, we're aware, we're continuing to still work, and something like this becomes public, or even if it's a social media post, you can imagine what these types of impacts can have to your organization. And then, gonna just wrap up here quickly with this last slide. As you look at the days ahead, right, you got to understand the regulatory pressure, right? You got to understand what the leadership board's role is in improving and shaping disclosures. How do you adapt quickly to these emerging laws? You want to be able to go ahead and also understand media scrutiny, right? How do we prevent headlines and social media speculating, right, from defining the narrative before we can confirm facts, right? It wouldn't be the first time that we see the media getting out in front of something and an organization is really coming from behind as they try to be able to get that and define that narrative that is now out there, by also understanding, who's speaking for the company, the CEO, the CISO, legal, communications, and how quickly, and what are you going to be sharing with them? And also understanding, there could be some contractual risks out there, right? If you've got those defense clients, right, what assurances defense clients and regulators each need, and are those messages aligned? This is also where you go ahead and you look at the importance of authorizing outside counsel, crisis communications, and forensics engagement. But you also need to be able to engage these firms to be able to preserve trust privilege as an organization is going through and dealing with that breach. You go through and you continue to look at the breaches that have impacted some of the largest organizations, right? I could sit there and pick on Equifax and some of the other large ones that are out there, but you go ahead and we're going to go back in our time machine here and look at the Yahoo breach, right? Just for a moment here before I hand this back over to Brian and the team. The Yahoo breach suffered multiple breaches, right? This is going back between 2014, 2016. And if this was to happen today, it would be a completely different approach on how this was handled. But they delayed disclosure for years, right? Setting uncertainty with investigations. But when the breach became public, it triggered immediate SEC action, right? There were class action lawsuits. And what they didn't realize is they were also in discussion to be acquired by Verizon at the time. And that price tag for that acquisition actually was reduced by $350 million. When you can go back and read, some of the publications, right? Regulators highlighted inconsistent and late disclosures created and how that created investor harm. You look at that from today with stricter guidelines that are out there. Delays or conflicting statements can cost contracts, right? Trigger fines, erode trust overnight. This is where the leadership and the board really must align that regulatory media and client communications, from, day one of the breach. I want to be able to, thank Brian and the SANS team for having me come today and talk a little bit about what it is when you're dealing with a border breach. Running exercises for organizations is something that I'm passionate about, and I honestly think I have one of the best jobs in the world, and it's rewarding for me when you're able to better help an organization prepare for what could be their organization's worst day. So again, I want to be able to thank all of you for having me here today.
And thank you so much, Chris. It's interesting. So one of the comments that we got here was from, and I'm probably going to say this, said Bufford said, "This is gold." So you may be bald, but you're also gold at the same time. So, and I was going to say, we've always known you to be bald. So, but there has been rumors of pictures out there with like a full set of hair, right?
So, Brian, my kids see pictures of me when I was younger with hair, and all they say is, "Dad, we prefer you bald." And I'll leave that at this point.
Well, I was going to say, a lot of people in this industry are bald, probably from the talk that you just did, right? Absolutely. So we do appreciate your time. Hey, I did want to go ahead and make sure everybody knows just one more time. If you do need CPEs, I'm on the certification side of the house, so I know this is something I'm passionate. You do receive 4 CPEs by attending today's session. However, if you are on LinkedIn or YouTube, you do need to go to the SANS. If you see right here, you just need to register. We do not sell any information or anything along those lines. You will see, you can actually even put your settings as far as what you receive from SANS, things along those lines. It's just to make sure we get you a certificate of completion. If you need it for, whether it's for GIAC, which is what we offer over here, a CISSP, CompTIA, ISACA, the list goes on and on from there. So next up, we got Kieran back as our moderator. So, hey, Kieran. Nice.
Hey,
long time no see. So this is going to be an exciting talk. So this is actually from people out in the field, how they're taking these directives and they're applying it. Now, the interesting thing is, I was going to say, I think everybody in this talk actually does have hair. So we've been blessed, from the standpoint of they have. And 2 of the individuals, both Thomas and Tony, were actually part of a passionate project of myself, which was our workforce report that we put together. And so they actually did 2 case studies on there. They were able to provide us of like how they were able to hire people, how they retained, things along those lines. So I always have to put a little bit of a shameless plug on our workforce report before we go ahead and bring it in the room. So that was both Thomas and then also Tony from EY. So thank you so much for coming out today. And then Kieran, I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to you.
Hey, thanks, Brian. Great job. Great. I can see that the chat's buzzing with compliments for the crisis exercise. It's gold, wonderful talk. So now we're going to bring it right down. I think looking at my guests, not only do they have hair, but they have color in their hair. I've just recorded one of the SANS Cyber Leaders podcast. Hadn't seen our guest, who's from the US in 10 years, asked what had happened to my hair. And I said it was this business. So let's try and cheer ourselves up. I've got 3 great guests to see us through for the next 45 minutes. So when I was on a couple of hours ago, I chaired a panel of around the rule makers, the people who set these standards inside the minds of those setting the rules. Now we're trying to get into the heads of those who are implementing them. How are they using them? How do they feel about them? To what extent are they an advantage as opposed to just a nuisance that you have to get along with? And the 3 guests are, in order that I can see them, Ross McKercher. Ross is a highly distinguished cybersecurity veteran at Sophos, one of the jewels of European cybersecurity. And after a long career there, he's now, amongst other things, the Chief Information Security Officer there. So defending one of the most important cybersecurity companies. I don't know how many different lines of defense that involves, but welcome, Ross. We have Thomas Harvey, CISO and Head of Fraud Prevention at the financial giant Santander. And we've Tony Schwitzer, Senior Manager at Ernst & Young, longtime cyber veteran, including in uniformed service. Welcome to all 3 of you. So I don't know who's going to go first. You could jump in, and if nobody does, I'm going to pick on somebody. But we're at a compliance counter. We're doing stuff that you have to do. Can I just get a sense from each of you of your attitude towards all this thing? Because generally, if if you talk to private sector businesses about regulation, when people can be bothered to talk, they'll just be grumpy about it. Cyber can be a bit different, where sometimes people are saying, well, actually, we quite like it if you made us do these things. So if on the one hand, you've got a scale of sort of 1 to 10, and 1 is I'm really, really annoyed by all of this stuff, and 10 is actually, you know what, this is really helpful, and maybe go a bit further. Where are you on the annoyance to empowerment scale? Why don't you start with you, Tom?
I feel reasonably positive, I think, Kieran. I do think if resilience is at the heart of some of the regulation, and I think it's driving us in the right direction. I think it's unhealthy when we kind of moan a lot about regulation. Yes, I think there are definitely complexities in terms of execution and implementation. I think the resource requirement can be quite high. But I think what we have seen in the spate of regulation over the last couple of 2-3 years, it has been a useful tool and lever to gain a little bit more board attention, engagement, drive that personal liability, and to start to effectively engage in some of the right conversations. I don't think it's perfect, but I think I'm open-minded, and I think I'm positive to the general direction that we see regulation moving at the moment.
Well, I'll bring in, I think, Tony next, but just to put you all on notice, I might ask you a little bit for examples of maybe where you think it's gone well and not so well. And also, please, everybody, we've been pretty good, I hope, in the course of this compliance countdown at raising and answering the questions that you've posed. So, Tony, what do you reckon? Where do you think things have gone in terms of obligations and companies? How much have they helped? How much have been irritating? How much have been things you'd have done anyway?
Yeah, and I think my personal opinion is that the intent behind it is probably about a 9, right? Let's put it there. I think, sometimes when we look at the implementation, though, we may look at it as just meeting compliance versus fully embracing the intent behind it to advance cybersecurity throughout the different industries.
Okay, and yeah, so 9 for intent and a bit more nuance in other parts. Ross, where are you on this? Oh, we can't hear you. I don't know. Can anybody hear us? Hear Ross? Try again. We might come back to you in a sec. Let me come back. I might just test it in the green room, but let me just come back to you then, Tony. And just the question that I gave Thomas and others. Notice of.
I think I'm back, Kieran.
Oh, you're back. You are back now. Right. Okay.
When I moved from the green room, it changed my microphone. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah. So I think if you'd asked me maybe 10 years ago, I probably would have said 2. So I was I found compliance when I was early on in my career quite frustrating. Yeah. However, at some point, and I think this is probably just the same journey that most CISOs have been on. At some point, you realize compliance is only going in one direction, and that is, more and more requirements. But then, secondly, I think you figure out how to use it to your advantage as well. That requires, some investment in a team to it's not just about the technical skills that many of us started with. It's about building up those additional skills and then using those frameworks as a way of communicating with the board, ensuring you've got the right resources. That takes time, but now that I feel like I've kind of maybe mastered that skill personally, I'd put it as maybe a 7, or maybe not a 9, but certainly a 7.
Well, let's stay with you for a minute, and because that brings in probably 2 questions I was going to ask. One is, can you just think of any sort of areas where the fact that lawmakers have brought in compliance requirements means that you've made advancements where you probably wanted to anyway? And linked to that, do you find it useful that it's something that you can go to C-suite and leaders and just say, look, sorry, but you've got to do this?
Yeah, sure. Actually, the place that I've used most to our advantage is not actually technically a compliance requirement, but it's a government initiative. It's the Secure by Design initiative that CISO ran. Yeah. I think that was really, as a product company, that was an incredible thing for us to be able to hang our hat on and explain how we do security, how we build secure products, and then that helped our go to market. And I think if there's one thing about compliance and getting it to work to your advantage, it's about tying it to your go to market. If you do that, then that virtuous cycle continues.
And how about you, Tony? I mean, obviously at EY, you'll work with loads of different organizations. You'll see how decisions are taken. Do you think that there are good and perhaps less good examples of how compliance and regulation has affected some of the critical areas of cybersecurity?
Yeah, so when I see the compliance, a lot of these are what I've sort of known as maybe established frameworks or baselines within maybe the last decade as we see them. So getting organizations up to following those, and I'll often see a lot of times with that, there's some of the basics and baselines that aren't being followed that should be implemented and can be implemented. But there's sort of a lack of communications between the technical fields as well as to the business portion of that. So when we do have a technical finding or something that's there, a lot of times there's a lack of correlating that to, sort of what Ross had mentioned about, the products themselves or the business. So what is the risk? How's that impacting that? And then what are the further implications there? So when I see a lot of these frameworks is they're really trying to start to drive a minimum standard that most people should be at and that's been out there for a while.
Okay. And do you find any of the particular frameworks? I mean, there's so many going around these days. Tony, staying with you, I'll come to you, Tom, in a sec. Do you find any of the frameworks particularly useful in this context, or you just work with whichever ones seem convenient at the time?
Yeah, so I think it depends upon the sector, the organization, what they're finding. So when you look at maybe the financial sector, they have a lot of regulations there. And sometimes I think people can get into turning those into more checklists than, sort of that, what is the intention behind them and trying to drive, some of the improvements that they're meant to do there. But I would say, if it's government, at least over in the US, it tends to be a lot of NIST. If you're maybe smaller businesses, I always see like the CIS, the Center for Internet Security Baselines, a really good start. And then obviously over in Europe, you have the different
Absolutely. So, Tom, let me come back to you, and you can pick up on anything you like from this conversation so far, including the frameworks. But one question to throw into the mix, obviously, the name of your global Titan company, it comes from Spain. You operate all over different jurisdictions. Now that we're in this age of compliance, whether we like it or not, as well as any other reflections you've got, how does the cross-jurisdictional aspect affect you, and are there any aspects, improvements you'd like to see there?
No, great questions, Kieran. I think also kind of a little reflecting on some of the specific examples you were looking at before. So one, for example, the Digital Operational Resilience Act, which is the European Union's version. I think some interesting kind of requirements which is brought in there as one is threat-led pen testing, which is something that we do within financial services within the UK. And we also are required through DORA to do some actually real-life stress testing. So we've had scenarios, for example, in our Spain entity, where we have had to bring back systems and databases with the regulators sat in front of us within as a response to various different ransomware attacks. And I think replicating some of those real life exercises, not just providing PDFs, but actual evidence on how you operate in those circumstances is very, very useful. And then within the UK, we've got operational resilience in financial services, which is driven by the Bank of England, which is very much focused on customer, and is focused on, as organizations, defining your important business services and ensuring that you can bring back your services within a period of time which doesn't induce customer harm. And I think that's been a great tool, Kieran, to have the right conversations with your executives. Defining and bringing back important business services in your environment in 36 hours after a ransomware attack is a very challenging ask. And then also demonstrating the interconnectiveness of your technology, and that when you define an important business service, the breadth of your various different assets, I think is driving the right levels of conversation at the board to ensure that you are explaining and mitigating and having the right oversight on cyber risk.
No, that's fascinating, because there's a question for Ross in the chat, but before I come to him, I just wanted to just develop that point a little bit. I mean, it sounds like what you're saying, I've not heard this before, but in terms of all the things we encourage in the profession, we encourage people to do incident planning and so forth. You're saying that some of these compliance frameworks, particularly DORA, actually require you to do it to a very good level, and it actually probably helps you, from listening to what you said, with doing advanced incident planning. Is that fair? Am I slightly stretching the benefits of it too
I think
far?
it's fair, and there's also parts of DORA which enable you to do penetration testing against your critical suppliers, which within a UK legislation we would never be able to effectively do. So it does stipulate powers over and above. What I would say on the flip side is the level of resource required to execute and implement these. Regulators, I guess, want you to grant rights to your vendors that the vendors do not want to grant. When you're talking to your big providers and you're having to uplift all your contracts, we have 3 million suppliers in our supply chain. The cost of uplifting your third-party clauses within those contracts are huge. And anybody who has done a CBEST penetration test or a TIBA penetration test in the EU knows that these are 6 month to 1 year exercises that are very, very political and require a huge amount of resource. So yes, it does provide you with some effective levers to increase resilience and engagement within your organization, but there are some downsides to that as well.
Okay, but really interesting, both the stuff around incident planning and the compulsory access to suppliers. Ross, there's a tricky, because it's quite a specific question for you in the chat from Isnir, so thank you for asking it. You mentioned using the correct framework, as did Tony, to ensure compliance and security for a biotechnology lab. How do you implement these protocols for a transnational company? Any thoughts on that?
No, it's a really good point. I mean, Sophos, obviously we're not a biotechnology company, but we are a tech company. We've got over 600,000 customers globally. So particularly when it comes to things like instant notification to regulators and potential victims, figuring out that patchwork of requirements in real time is kind of nigh on impossible. The approach that we take is a common control framework. So we don't actually, we don't directly aim to comply with every framework as a separate exercise. We obviously need to find commonality across those. And this isn't always the case, but you'll often find that you end up going with the toughest requirements. So for instance, if it's notification timelines, it's probably easier to comply with, the strictest timeline as best you can globally than it is to try and do this really complicated kind of business intelligence exercise in the middle of an incident to figure out what your notifications are, for every single region. And that's how we manage it at Sophos.
Okay. And let me bring Tony in. Tony, if you've got any reflections on that, because I know you were thinking along those lines as well. But I also wanted to ask you a question about keeping pace with changing threats, changing business circumstances and so forth, because this is one of the things we hear about all the time, that particularly in fast-moving technology, we're talking about AI-based threats and so forth. The things we have to do to comply sometimes feel a bit dated. Is that something that you worry about, or do you think that the policymakers and the way they talk to the industry is sufficient to give us an adaptable framework? What's your perspective?
Absolutely. So on the previous, sort of the question with, what framework, one of the things, some I've been talking about and linking to is the Cyber Risk Institute, is they do have a pretty good list of controls that map to the different frameworks as well as compliance requirements that are out there. So I've taken to someone using that as a way to communicate across different industries and build those. It's definitely a resource that's out there for there. Looking at the emerging threats, though, sort of pivoting to that and worrying, some of that is definitely on the worrying of what's coming out. And we do see the threat actors taking advantage of this more technology. I think the question is, it's really what's your threat profile of who's trying to get into your network and what are they likely to use. What I often see is a misjudgment of what capabilities are versus somewhat of the reflection. So I know Thomas mentioned penetration testing is a lot of where I grew up as well too, and along with the risk. And what I see a lot of is going back to that, here's a technical finding, here's how you fix it, but not necessarily diving down to, root cause analysis. What is the problem? Why are these occurring? So if you start to dig deeper, you link those back to policies. And when you sort of build that resiliency, I think you're more likely to withstand some of the advanced attacks in the evolving threat landscape, because you're really resolving this at like the root issues. Primary example would be identity access management is more likely a way for an attacker to get in and compromising credentials than something on the firewall, the network. So, my first question is, what are your policies? Like, why did this occur? How did they get the credentials? What can be improved? And what I've seen over the years is a lot of it's almost like a little bit like fashion, where it sort of recycles back again. And it's that building that resiliency and sort of that foundation is extremely important.
Kieran, if I could just jump in there on that.
Of course you can.
Just quickly. Yeah. I think it's a really interesting point around sometimes compliance doesn't keep up with the threat. We see this quite a lot with some of the more prescriptive requirements, and I'm really not a fan of these overly prescriptive. For instance, you'll remember from your days at NCSC, you were putting out advice, which was very helpful, by the way, that password expiry wasn't a smart idea. Yet there's all these compliance frameworks that are requiring us to screenshot the Windows Active Directory password policy expiring every 30 days. I actually think that the more modern frameworks have recognized this. So I like the way that NIS2, for instance, is quite outcome focused. Mm-hmm. It doesn't necessarily tell you how to do cybersecurity, but it tells you some of the outcomes that it expects. So if you take the incident response aspects in NIS2, which are really interesting, you've got this initial 24-hour report, you've got a 72 hours update, and then you've got a 30-day final report. Now, if you take those requirements, what you need to do to build that is kind of up to you. But if you're doing those activities and trying to get compliant with that requirement, then you're going to figure out, and you're going to have to figure out either directly or through an MDR service, which is how many companies are complying with some of these more tricky requirements, and it will drive the right outcomes. It's kind of similar to what Thomas said around liking the pen test requirements. That's not saying you've got to run these controls, but I guarantee if you run regular pen tests, you end up with the right good controls off the back of it. And as I say, I think NIS2 is definitely doing a good job of that.
And then Ross, just to maybe counter some of your points as well, is where we also see some complexities in the differing time clocks. So, for example, DORA, you need to provide notification after 4 hours of any major incident or major event, and then a further 24 hours. So, you're trying to align either automate your incident response tooling, your playbooks, with these multitudes of different clocks. And then, of course, you've got the Security Exchange Commission after 4 days. So, yes, I think it's driving some of the right outcomes and that transparency and that visibility, although I think there are some arguments about public disclosure and how threat actors are manipulating that. But I think managing some of the multitude of the different legislations become a headache for large-scale multi-entity organizations.
We're skirting around some really quite interesting and tricky issues. I'll try and pick a few of them and see how many we can get through. So, Tom, you've just mentioned, for example, public disclosure and use by threat actors. I'm guessing, just a wild guess, that's something that you're worried about, and you think maybe the balance might be wrong in some cases, that perhaps it might be better to have more private disclosures in regulation, or am I reading too much into that?
No, I think you're right, Kieran. And I think one of the regulations we're monitoring closely, which I think is going to apply across critical national infrastructure, is the bill within the UK, which prohibits the payment of ransomware and also requires mandatory reporting of ransomware incidents. Obviously, nobody wants to be in a situation where they're paying criminals, but you sometimes balancing intolerable harm against your customers and your clients versus the harm of paying various different ransoms. And then also, if you're a large-scale organization and you have your security operations center based in Europe and some of your legal entities, but you also have your legal ring-fence bank within the UK, it brings in lots of different complexities. And you see within the threat actor communications and in particular how they're using almost psychological operations at the moment to put more pressures upon their victim. They're using knowledge of some of these legislations and laws to to increase their leverage upon organizations. So I think we have to be also careful that we're not penalizing the victims in these types of attacks, as well as driving the right behaviors.
We'll wait and see what the UK legislation says. It shouldn't be too much longer, I'm told, and it may end up, we don't know, and I genuinely don't know, but it may end up in the same place as Australia, which is mandatory reporting over a certain threshold, 3 million Australian dollars in that case, but not a ban. Anyway, wait and see. Can I throw in another then sort of tricky issue? And it was related to some of the major cyber incidents we've seen this year, and it's around data versus, say, disruptive impact. So right now, if you're following British cybersecurity, the big story is Jaguar Land Rover. And there's something that I've just putting a bit of myself, stepping away from being moderator, something I find a little bit strange about this, but I think it is driven partly by compliance, is that the company, although clearly it's in big trouble and it's closed factories all over the world for more than a week, the company keeps saying we haven't lost any personal data. And I find this a bit odd because it's a car manufacturer. It will hold customer data, but probably not one of the richest data sets in the world. And the big problem for it is that it's closing its factories. So is there something in our regulatory framework, particularly coming out of Europe, because it's GDPR, and even Tony and US clients will have to accommodate GDPR, where we've sort of taken a hugely restrictive and compliance-based approach to data regulation, but there are other big consequences about disruptive services. Jaguar Land Rover isn't going to be critical infrastructure. It's a big iconic company, but we can live with other cars are available, etc. That perhaps we're missing things. So have we got? Is this just an irrelevant rant from your moderator, or is there something about the balance between, say, one harm, which is data loss, versus other harms being in the wrong place? Anybody get any views on that?
Go for it, Ross.
I was just going to join in, probably just join in with the rant, to be honest, Kieran. But I'll give you maybe give you an example. Now, I think the punchline really is that I think GDPR, mainly because it's maybe been around for a bit longer, has probably caused us to over-rotate, particularly on kind of very non-sensitive kind of data incidents. And the issue with that I see, and this probably resonates with a lot of people here, and maybe it doesn't outside of the compliance and cybersecurity community, is the amount of effort that we go to for extremely minor data exposure. So the example that we've just been through is this sales loft drift incident, where this is like this web of like supply chain nightmare. We realized the other day that we were doing 6th-party risk management. So we weren't directly impacted by the we weren't directly impacted by the actual sales loft drift, but we had an OEM partner's customer asking us, so we're the 4th party at that point. Sales loss drift becomes the 5th party, but then one of our partners had actually been affected by that incident, and it was like, I don't know, I think it ended up being like 3 company names and some very high level detail, not even a personal email address. It was literally a company name and a couple of other details. The impact on those companies, I mean, look, some of the data that we were the data custodian for was exposed to a threat actor. But out of 600,000 customers, it was half a dozen records. But the amount of work and time spent on that process for a very small amount of impact on anyone was not proportional. We were doing the right thing from a regulated perspective, but that's time that my team could have been spent on probably more impactful activities.
And that's not just being nice to you in terms of sort of wider societal risk. If you guys go down, a lot of people are in trouble. And there's a finite, you've got finite resources. Everybody's got finite resources. So interesting. Tom, you were.
I think we need to give a little bit of credit to the regulators, because I think they have caught on that the resilience is actually key, and resilience is the criticality. The fact that even in the Op Resilience Bill for financial services, we need to bring back important business services within 36 hours. And our board of directors need to attest to the capability to do that. And then also with the Digital Operational Resiliency Act, it's looking at concentration risk across your supply chain. It's looking at your critical providers and your important providers, and making sure that you've got exit clause from those contracts and that you're not solely dependent on certain suppliers. Shows that I think regulators are starting to focus on the more nuanced view of cybersecurity, that it's not all about data, and that actually resilience and operations trumps all.
Tony, I think I saw you nodding during Tom's intervention. What's your view on all of this?
Actually, I think both Tom and Ross have sort of been bringing up a really good point here that I often see as well too, is the over rotation. So it's almost when these regulations are established, they create a burden on individual businesses to respond. And, it's while I gave earlier for the intent of that being 9, I think that sometimes the actual impact is a lot lower because, maybe it's a lot more like, to Ross' point, over rotation on the response to the government and to the regulators, where you've seen some people more looking as a response to the regulations versus trying to meet the intent behind them and build that resiliency, like Tom said. So I think, it's really interesting points to hear that maybe this necessarily haven't called out is the impact from a business perspective on responding to those regulations in order to make sure you're in compliance.
Yeah. Well, let's stick with that for a minute. I'm just noting Mohammed El Hout's point, which is a fair enough one. If you collect people's information, you're responsible for protecting it. Don't want to spend so much work, don't collect PII, which is, of course, the counter argument. But again, there are questions about the disruptive impact and people's rights in that space. So we'll hold that thought. But let me stay with you, Tony, and just ask a little bit about, you were hinting at this point, which I think is important in your last answer, and it's kind of about skills. The state, the law, the regulators, we can impose we can declare all sorts of things, but we can't push things into existence. And clearly, we have to have a set of skills and capacity in organizations to do these to do these things. How much do you think we're meeting that? How much, in a sense, has it helped or has compliance burdens helped or hindered the skills development of our profession, and what sort of areas do we need to get better at?
I think I think some of it helps, right? Maybe it's helping creating a demand or seeing that. One of the things I've noticed through a lot of the financial industry over in the US, I've seen a lot of them starting to hire more offensive type securities and bringing that into there. And so I believe, a lot of that's somewhat driven from the regulators when they go through and do their examinations and looking at how the organizations are handling that. And the recommendations that come through there start to drive some of that hiring. So with that, there's a drive in the industry for more offensive type security, which is then going to create more job openings, more need for those skills. And eventually we'll start to find and balance those and, increase the demand in the skills. So going from, hey, I did something, here, but then driving that finding or driving that information to, especially the risk to the organization. So I think that the regulations themselves are going to drive the demand for more skilled. And, with the workforce study, what we saw wasn't necessarily the need for people, it was for more skilled people.
Okay. Thank you. Any reflections from either Tom or Ross? And just to say to Stephen, we'll try and get the workforce research. There we go. Thank you, Beth.
Just one, Kieran.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's interesting, and I think we're touching on it, is that my sense is in 5 years' time, we won't be cybersecurity professionals, we'll be digital resilient professionals, because we can work as hard as we want in cybersecurity, but we're not going to stop bad things happen. And I think it's our ability to kind of apply this cross-discipline approach across our organizations to make sure that we can respond and recover within the correct time frame. So I think that for me is going to be an important change and evolution in our profession, which is being driven by some of the compliance and regulation. And then also, I love recruiting auditors, right? You've got to recruit people who are writing, who are making the regulation, who are auditing this type of regulation, because you really do need the maximum protection, and you need to be able to anticipate directions, questions, challenges, and the way this is moving.
Fascinating. I mean, Ross, when you look at it from your perspective and you think about in your long career everything you've had to grapple with, what are the learnings for you as a cybersecurity professional? I mean, is there anything that you think you or we collectively might have done differently in this this space that we can learn from? Because we're going to pivot to the future in a minute. So, just as a community and how we've handled this whole interaction with law and so forth, what have we learned that we might do better on?
I'm actually going to talk a little bit for our customers here as well. So what I've seen across our customer space. So I think we've learned a couple of key things. So we did a bit of research and we figured out that there are about 359 million businesses out there, and only 32,000 of them actually have CISOs or an equivalent job title. So that's 1 in 10,000 organizations. So if you think about all these compliance requirements that we've been putting on the world, and 999,999 out of those 10,000 companies don't have someone who can do that translation, understand those requirements. So we've had this increasing, I guess you could argue that the requirements that can be impacting smaller and smaller companies, because we've been getting better and better at building them into contracts and supply chains, but we haven't addressed that other, that other gap. So that's one thing that Sophos is actually very focused on, because if you haven't got a CISO, you haven't got a strategy. You're just buying random technology and hoping that it helps fill the gap and hoping that you don't have an incident. The kind of second continuation of that is we've seen that smaller companies, again, particularly, they can't meet those operational requirements on their own. They just don't have that capability. So again, they need they need the help of the kind of cybersecurity companies and supply chain to do that. And that's where you've got this gap emerging, I believe, in that supply chain.
Absolutely. And that smaller company issue comes up over and over again, and I'm sure is the primary driver behind that 1 in every 10,000 remarkable statistic you cited. We're in the final quarter. We've got about 10 minutes left. So I wanted to give you the chance to wave a magic metaphorical wand and just say, just look into the future. And if you had a bunch of policymakers and industry colleagues around and you were looking ahead rather than just fixing the here and now, maybe Tony, you're first. What would be the things you would want to see the regulators do and the community? What would you like to be left alone to do? What would you like to maybe see done in partnership? And what do you think are the things that you might want to be compelled to do? What are the big challenges of the future where you think we're going to have to get this balance right? And how would you like to see those questions answered?
I guess I would say I'm not sure if I, off the cuff, prepared to answer that one. Maybe if I can pass on, let me give a few seconds to think for that.
No, sure, no problem. Anybody want to go? Tom, you want to go first?
Yeah,
come back to you last one.
I think what we've been talking here has been quite interesting. We're talking a lot about requirements on industry, on companies to fulfill various different compliance and regulations in order to do our best for our customers. But the way I would kind of describe it is that financial services is an iron fortress set on a glass table. So we've got one leg, we've got energy provision. Second leg, we've got telcos. What do we need to do more in order to kind of drive more effective interaction between the verticals, the dependents, sectors? And then secondly, what are we really doing about driving security by design in our software and in our hardware, which is effectively integrated through all our organizations? So have we got the right resilience regulation focused on the right points? And I would say that we need to almost take a step backwards and then also really understand that kind of multi-dimensional dependencies we have as industries. And you can bring up examples, whether it's undersea cables or anything. I think there are dependencies that we're not fully factoring in.
Really, really interesting. Thank you. Particularly those dependencies and bringing in hardware. Ross, what do you think? What's your magic wish list?
Yeah, my magic wish list is I'm a techie at heart, and I'd love to see requirements that are where the proof is really in the pudding. I know that translates internationally, but essentially, I'm a big fan of things like bug bounties. I'm a big fan of running red team exercises, pen tests. It's really hard to kind of hide from those things, if you follow me. So I'd love to see the regulations focusing much more on your overall capability to defend attacks, be it through a bug bounty or through a red team, versus the kind of slightly more hands-off kind of prescriptive requirements in these frameworks. Because if you like essentially you can't have a really big reward on a bug bounty without a lot of maturity behind you. It's just not possible. So more focus on that.
More focus on that, and perhaps less some of the ones, have you done this assessment or that assessment, etc., etc. And sorry to ambush you slightly at the start, but now that a little bit of time passed, I mean, it's one of those, no wrong answers. Just from your perspective as a long-serving professional with a lot of expertise, what are the things you think we might want to fix and the challenges of the future we might want to really get into?
And it's such a wide topic. It's almost like where to begin on a lot of that. I think
exactly.
What I'm looking at and I'm starting to see is a trend between the technical and the business side of cyber. And I think when I've seen organizations merge those, and that's where I've seen success. So it's really the translation of, hey, if I have a business that I have control, what's the technical? How do you speak and merge those together? So, when you look at, the penetration testing or the getting in, not just like fixing those findings, but why were you successful? What are you doing to do the response? Even today, I'm shocked to see some of the maturities, and this is to the point I've seen in there, like big companies versus the small, is taking some of those maturity levels and advancing them down to smaller companies, and making them easier for them to adapt. That's where I'd like to see a lot of that go towards.
Yeah, I think there's been something coming out right from the very first session today, and I think perhaps, and this is my bad because I've chaired 2 of the sessions, probably identifying rather than solving the problem, but I think it was going to take more than even the excellence of a SANS compliance countdown to solve the conundrum of how you get all this working in small businesses. So I'm conscious that we're in the last 5 minutes now, and so I just wanted to ask each of you a fairly simple question, but it's advice to the watching audience, the dozens of people who have given up their morning or afternoon, or in one case in Australia, late night to listen to us. And it's just about organizational culture and dealing with compliance. So perhaps I'll ask you first, Tom. If you had a short time with the cybersecurity leaders, and they said, "What's the one thing you really need to do to get compliance right?" What would you say to them?
I would say you need to formulate kind of like multiple entity discipline working groups that kind of integrate, I would say, your business, your risk, your legal, your IT functions, and your cyber functions, in order to be able to effectively meet the compliance. No longer can cyber security be managed in your organizations in silos. We're very much an effective team sport, and actually you can use these kind of relationships and these regulations to drive that connectiveness across the organization, which I think is going to make you more effective as a function, but also be able to enable you to step up and meet your requirements.
Fantastic answer. Anthony, might just come to you next and give the last word to Ross. The one piece of advice you would give them?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say when it comes to compliance, embrace your internal audit, embrace your auditing team and your compliance team. They can help you drive those change and build those relationships with them. Don't look at it as a checklist or something that you have to do, but build that relationship and be like, how can we drive this forward for the businesses?
Wonderful. Ross?
Similar theme. I would say really look at your GRC, trust and compliance, your internal organization that sits under you, and make sure that they've got the right skill sets. And I think 3 are critical. I think number 1, you've got to have someone who understands the regulations and frameworks. Number 2, you've got to have someone who works cross-functionally, kind of to Thomas's point, so that you can liaise with all these other functions. And then number 3, you've got to have someone with the technical capability to run the automation, design the technical controls, speak the language of the engineers. Now, you often get people with 2 of those skill sets in one person, you very rarely get 3 of those skill sets in one person. So you've got to make sure that you have all those skills.
That's an excellent set of answers. I'll try to pull this together. A really rich discussion. We ranged far and wide. I think, first of all, the tone of it was remarkably upbeat, as per a lot of the discussions this afternoon. Cyber is not, in this respect, a typical subject where I'm sure, Tom, plenty of your colleagues in financial services get around and talk about other aspects of regulation, and it's less much. It's less seen as a forcing function for good than it is in this particular case. But clearly, here, regulation and compliance are forcing us to do things that might occasionally be annoying, might sometimes be things we would have done anyway, but other times are forcing us to do things that we are that are actually helping us to improve. One of the things that I think all 3 of you brought out is that it does force teams and different functions in an organization to work together that may not always do it, and getting that right can be really rewarding. And we can finish on Ross's 3 points where obviously you need somebody who understands the law, you need somebody who understands how to bring it all together, team working. But then finally, you revert to the core of our profession, which is you need people who can implement the technical controls. All 3 of those are valuable. If you find somebody who can do all 3, then pay them an awful lot of money and give them the toughest of golden handcuffs. Realistically, we're never going to find them, so we're going to have to find different ways of working together within that framework. So hopefully that gives everybody in the audience something to think about, something to action. All that remains for me to say, as part of my role of warming up people called Rob Lee to do keynotes, because I'm doing that for the 2nd time today, is to thank Tony Switzer of Ernst & Young, Tom Harvey of Santander, and Ross McKercher of Sophos for their expertise. And I will hand back to you, Brian. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, and thanks a lot, Kieran. So really appreciate that. So I always bring in the experts that are out there. So I always learn a ton of stuff by just being able to watch this. And so just a couple quick notes. I know I keep noting this. Hey, if you need CPEs for certification purposes, if you need it for any reason, you do receive 4 CPEs. You do want to go ahead and make sure to register with SANS, because otherwise we cannot send to you the certificate of completion. So without that, it's really, really important that we have that. We are going to have a little bit of a break here for about 2-3 minutes. But what I am going to do is I'm going to be introducing, I know we've already had 1 Rob Lee. We actually have 2 Rob Lees today. So we have Rob T. Lee, who's going to be joining us. So Rob is, gosh, Rob, I've known you now for 25 years. We were both 12, I think, at that time. So, but Rob, I'm going to brag about him a little bit just to kind of start off with. So Rob is literally one of our top faculty. He actually headed up our faculty for many years. He is now in charge of our research, which is probably the most important job throughout the whole organization. Rob started off his career in forensics. He is the person that defined the term DFIR. Like, that term DFIR was something that Rob created. Now, Rob, these days, there's a small little topic that Rob is very, very passionate about that nobody ever talks about, called AI. So, and what is the future and what's going on? But Rob's really kind of served as the lead throughout all of SANS with that. But Rob's role, like, Rob sits on our C-suite. Rob, like, is somebody I turn to all the time to ask. You know, he helps me out as far as, like, what's the future, what guidance, what's the pulse of the industry, things along those lines. And so hopefully, Rob, I've done a pretty good introduction, because Rob today is going to be talking about boardroom breaches and also about this thing called an AI wingman. So, and like how you could have somebody, this AI agent, help you out.
Oh, trying to go into full screen mode.
Oh no, they'll do that for you.
Oh, they do it for me
here in a second. Yeah.
Oh, all right. I will not do that then. So even though it's don't go in full screen mode.
Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Okay. Sorry, technical challenges. I have to show slides. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yes.
Can you still see me?
Yep. So it says here, go full screen for slides, if you don't
Got it.
mind.
Am I there?
Almost. It's still showing that you have, like we can see your PowerPoint.
Oh, that's always a technical issue. Always with me.
But we can see the slide. So just so you know, we can see it. We just don't see it in the full screen.
Let's do this.
We're getting closer.
So close. I'll just do that. How's that?
Perfect. Hey, and Rob, thank you for kind of finishing up today. And so I thought you would be the perfect person to kind of finish up because we've been going for 4 hours. So we're on hour 3.5 at this point. But we have people here from as far away as India, Kenya. We have people from Australia, you know, a place that I love, Hawaii. And, you know, a couple people from the US, Madrid, you just name it. We got people literally from all over the place.
Oh, that's excellent. Super excited. Well, especially those in Europe will probably find this presentation extremely interesting then.
And I was going to say, if you want to go ahead and start, we can go ahead.
So hi, everyone. My name is Rob Lee. I'm the Chief of Research and Head of AI at the SANS Institute. So I'm actually here at a global cybersecurity leaders event with many of the, I would say some of the most interesting names you could imagine from governments all around the world and Latin America, Europe, and of course, the United States. And one of the things that I started talking about even at this event, and this is the first time I am talking about this presentation and just recently made it, is based on a paper that's going to be released here very shortly. But it really is talking about how AI is going to be impacted by the regulatory frameworks and the compliance frameworks that we currently see being discussed and debated around the world. So I'm just going to go make sure. My slides do not love me at all right now. Why can I move forward? There you go. Okay. I figured out what to do now. All right. So one of the things, and I apologize on the StreamYard, I'm so used to Zoom or Teams for doing this. All right. So when we're starting to talk about AI and really where things are going, the fact of the matter is that AI is going to be an incredible benefit to how fast and increasing the velocity that we're going to be able to start utilizing it in both incident response, security operations work, even penetration testing. The thing that concerns me, though, is that all of the capabilities that we have on the security side are going to be tied to regulatory frameworks in addition to privacy safety frameworks, for example, that utilizing guardrailed and safe AI, Gen AI capabilities are going to be predominantly the case when we're talking about cyber defense. On the other hand, when we start talking about what the adversaries are capable of, they're going to be utilizing Gen AI capabilities, LLMs, with no guardrails, no restrictions, no regulatory compliance measures that are going to be sitting on top of them. So this may accidentally create a disparity that currently exists. I think if you talk to many in the community, the symmetry between blue team and red team capabilities is fairly maintaining eye contact with one another. Many argue even that the blue team capabilities have a little bit of an edge over those of offensive capabilities when performed correctly. Here's the thing that concerns me, though, is that over the past couple of weeks, the Anthropic report came out, and it's one of the first times, I've been predicting it for a while, but it's one of the first times that Claude has been seen being utilized in agentic mode to basically go from identification of a target, creation of phishing email, malware creation, all the way down to target embedding, for a full ransomware attack, not just on one location, but 17 of them as well. So when it comes down to, wait a minute, we could actually have true agentic adversary embedded possibilities. And this is on top of existing models and frameworks. Now, when they start building their own, it is going to be a little bit more advantageous for them to do that because they could unbake all the guardrails. So essentially what's going to happen is you could look at your LLM like it's Gru from the movie Despicable Me, look at your minions and saying, what I'd like you to do is something evil. And no, not just evil, but evil, and accomplish this. I would like you to target 1,000 of the most susceptible organizations that likely would pay a ransom within 2 days of them being impacted. We're talking children's hospitals, those who are sitting on supply chains for prescriptions, anything that potentially result in a mass hysteria if you may get impacted. You can imagine children's hospitals, especially that aren't able to do cancer treatments and the like. Yeah, they're going to hit those. They've already hit those. But what if they're able to do it at scale because of AI capabilities, that they're able to deploy these capabilities on a logarithmic mindset that we've not really been able to see before? This is definitively coming. It's really hard to explain why I'm predicting this so hard in the leaning forward side, but it definitely is going to be taken advantage of by criminal groups or even single individuals that really start to exploit the capabilities of both reasoning AI and the ability to chain tools together. On the opposite side, the defenders, when we end up talking about how fast a cyber defense could potentially stand up against a well-trained agentic adversary and offensive capability, it is going to have to meet the velocity that what the attackers are going to be able to do. In some of the analysis that's out there, MIT has a report, in addition to the threat reports from CrowdStrike and all the major vendors, the average breakout time of a human-driven incident, in some cases, they're using data such as 80 minutes. In most cases, most are saying, well, it is going to be around a day or two before them for them to be able to break into domain admin in most networks. So let's assume that's true. What they were able to accomplish with agentic malware or agentic capabilities on the offensive side in a lab using simple tools such as Meterpreter and Metasploit, they were able to increase the breakout time on these public open source tools and capabilities down to 30 seconds. So when you try to compare the speed of what that essentially showing is, it's almost a 200x increase in capabilities and speed that you're able to achieve with adversary capabilities over that of what they've been able to see before. Now, because I hedge my bets and I'm conservative, one of the things I said during RSA keynote was, I said about 47 times faster, because no one likes even numbers, and definitely no one likes hearing like 200x. But when you start doing the math on that, from what ends up taking a day or two can now be down to less than a minute. These type of speeds have never been seen before. The challenge, though, when we really start taking a look at this, is how are we going to be able to maintain that parity on the defensive side? So let's take a look at some of the things that are going to impact this. And this is, again, when you start highlighting this to the regulators. And, at this event, we actually have several of the European lead regulators that I've talked to directly about this, that when you end up seeing such as GDPR, the EU AI Act, and more, they really do focus in on data minimization before you're able to make it actionable or even ingested into cyber threat intelligence frameworks that can be shared. What that basically means is that in order for the data to be used directly, it first needs to be scrubbed of any private data. And in the aspect of scrubbing that private data, this could take up, a minute or two, when those minutes could be crucial in trying to maintain parity with what the attackers are able to do. What would happen if you're able to have a large-scale incident that are affecting 1,000 different hosts with ransomware attacks across multiple different organizations, and that cyber threat intelligence detects it? They want to distribute it. They want to do this automatically as fast as the adversaries also hitting these networks. Unfortunately, that's not really the case when you're looking at a lot of these compliance capabilities that are out there. Now, it sounds like I'm anti-compliance and regulation. I'm really not. The privacy and safety features that need to be embedded in these capabilities are paramount. However, we also need to look at the reality of how are we going to be able to keep up to date and maintain eye contact with their adversaries that are able to move at these speeds. The second thing to be able to put in consideration is, in particular, is when you're trying to take, hey, I would like to create an adversary emulation capability, a red team capability that is going to be agentic, that is going to assess my network on a daily basis. Well, in order to do that, you essentially need to create an unguardrailed, safety pulled out capability to be able to think about how to attack your network with as evil as possible a mindset as the attackers would potentially also be able to use against you. You don't want to sit there and poke around the edges with something with all the, hey, well, I probably really shouldn't do this because it is, crosses the line in my ethics and morals, where the adversaries are going to have stuff that's unplugged from that and says, I have no ethics, I have no morals. I'd like to break in this network and build malware and deploy it as fast as you could get around the defenses. How are you, as a red team vendor or capability inside a lot of these financial networks are containing PII data or healthcare, will be allowed to potentially do automated red team analysis using agentic capabilities that are unguardrailed, that essentially once you deploy them, you're in anti-compliance and anti-regulatory frameworks. And this becomes a mouthful when you end up taking a look at it. It's like, how are we going to red team our networks as fast as the adversaries are going to be able to? And there's a massive amount of advantages in doing so, is that the agents will never get tired. It'll do the same attack on a daily basis, and you're deploying new architectures and deploying new technologies. There's a massive benefit here. So when you talk to folks about this, they're like, well, I don't know what would happen if I deployed an AI, unguardrailed capability to mimic an adversary in order to beef up my cyber defenses. Like, what does it actually mean? Now in the US, it's starkly different. It doesn't mean that it's completely unregulated. In many cases, there are a lot of liability considerations, in addition to a lot of organizations out there that if the EU sets up a regulatory framework, that they go ahead and implement it across the board in both regions. So if what is good for one ends up being good for the other. So it's very interesting when you end up seeing this stuff, but a lot of the global compliance is essentially taking swings at what and how fast and how capable our AI defenses could be. And because there's a lot of fear factors surrounding AI, these regulatory frameworks surrounding AI are going into effect faster than we're essentially able to analyze them to be able to say, what is the impact if we chain one of our arms behind our back and our adversaries aren't, having the same type of defenses here. So, go down. Oh, way too much. All right, did that one. There we go. All right, apologize on the slide moves. So when we end up taking a look at the AI limitations currently that do exist right now, and this is, again, doing a lot of research. I am not a lawyer. I only played one on TV. When you end up taking a look at what I'm trying to do, essentially we have GDPR Article 5 prevents data from being used for new threat detection purposes. It requires fresh authorization. Now, again, everyone's like, I am not quite sure that is exactly the way it is framed, but it's a way a lot of organizations are taking a look at the implementation of the data that can be ingested into security frameworks. When we end up taking a look at human review that is required for AI decision-making, it is going to increase containment time from seconds to minutes. This is another thing that is, again, we haven't seen it yet because there's no one out there testing this. But if you have a legal team that gets involved and says, well, we want to reduce our risk, we don't want to get fined, what is this going to mean? It is in the rules that say that, hey, human review is required for a lot of these AI decisions that are in there. What about the right to erasure impacts? And this one, again, is fascinating when you end up taking a look at it. Let's assume some of its personal data does get ingested inside an LLM. You can't simply unbake a chocolate chip from a 175 billion parameter cookie. It just simply doesn't work that way technically. So what the legal teams have basically decided to do is that if there's any ingestion of the data that is in the forget about me rules, they mask it. It is still actually sitting in there, which is a violation of the law. But in reality, what they do is say, okay, well, we can't exactly get rid of it, but what we'll end up doing is, taking it out and saying, okay, that data doesn't exist, even though it's clearly still in there technically, which when you bring this up to the regulators, they scratch their head a little bit and says, well, why can't we get rid of the data in an LLM? And this goes into the general knowledge of the technology and how it is functional. And you'd have to retrain your entire data, which is simply not a feasible task when you're trying to use this in the ways that we're potentially trying to do so. Data fragmentation. GDPR is causing massive data fragmentation that hinders creation of extensive AI data sets. So there's a lot of different, capabilities out there. And essentially what it boils down to is security teams are going to be facing delays, while threats are going to continue to be moving at a faster pace. So we already talked about, the attacker advantage here. And this is essentially unrestricted operations, no legal restrictions. They have black market tools that are out there, Worm GPT, Fraud GPT, zero safety measures, zero, considerations for the data that's sitting in there. It's the idea that says anything is definitively possible, be as evil as possible. They're now moving much quicker because the decision matrix that they used to have to rely on a human to say go from point A to point B, or potentially find a piece of data in the network or find that critical node where the Death Star plans are going to be sitting, is now an automated process, a decision-making tree that's already built into the tools that are going to fly through the network at speeds that we really cannot comprehend yet. And when we start adding all this up, and we're starting to see this with the Anthropic case that came out about 2 weeks ago, it should cause some folks more concern that those capabilities are built into the public, regulated, guardrailed capabilities that exist, and they still were able to use them for malicious use. Once you start unplugging that, and you have adversaries out there building their own models, and they unplug the models from that regulatory and guardrail capability, we're starting to see some possible serious consequences of those speeds that are going to be created. And it's going to basically weight the scale toward the attackers in ways that we've not been able to see it. It sounds like I'm all doom and gloom here. And that's one of the things I actually call these agents of doom. And that's, when you end up thinking about it, you're running around with agents of doom inside your network. And how are we going to stop it? And it's going to take essentially what I call the opposite side, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Again, I'm a big Marvel fan. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to be able to deploy against the agents of doom. And it's going to be machine versus machine combat across your networks, where humans are going to be orchestrating what these agents are capable of doing and trying to deploy and extract out cyber threat intelligence and IOC capabilities that could be deployed across all the defensive parameters and, of course, across our brother and sister organizations. That is another advantage that we actually have, that if we actually are able to share a bunch of data between our organization A, B, and C, we would be able to deploy defense faster than the offensive teams would be able to go in and strike. Because, that layered defense and that shared knowledge base is one of the crucial things that we're able to take advantage of, that once they hit one network, that tool, capability, or technique is now going to be shared with everyone else. So it's not going to be as easy to get through those same defenses on round two. So, once you see it one place, you can see it everywhere. Whereas the attackers would have to deploy the same technique simultaneously across multiple organizations to take advantage of that weakness that's structurally embedded in the network at that point in time. But when security teams face those GDPR violations, when using AI to analyze employee emails, so phishing attacks that are in there, they are slowed down. Again, where do the phishing attacks come in? It's your email, my email. It's, again, it's not just going to be sitting there, but, hitting your cell phones, text messages, Zoom calls, all of these things are privacy restricted. You can see where we're going here is that, what if you start getting healthcare data, financial data that are coming in from your banks in order to try and, get you inside your own network? This is definitively what's going to happen. They're going to take every advantage that's out there to remain anonymous, because they're going to know exactly where our blind spots are because of our own regulatory frameworks. Kind of fascinating when you end up thinking about it. All right. So next slide. What do we do about this? So given a lot of thought about this over the last year or so, and what I've come down to is a very simple conclusion, is that we need organizations to be able to treat cybersecurity related data similar to healthcare data, HIPAA, financial data, and others, in which you would be able to utilize this private information that is currently saying, hey, it's private, you can't utilize it in every single aspect. But what if you're only restricted to be able to do this once you're certified, once you have the regulatory framework involved, and you have stiff fines agreed to, that if you share this outside of the framework that's intended use, you'll be hit with a massive 6-figure plus 7-figure check. But if you're able to ingest all of that cybersecurity related data into your own LLMs for analysis, you would potentially be finally given a chance to maintain parity and eye contact with the adversaries. It essentially allows, very similarly, healthcare data to be shared from hospital to hospital when there's an outbreak, when it's your own private information that's going to be shared with one organization to another, which you definitively allow. But without it, HIPAA has enabled, doctors to be able to save lives. A HIPAA for security would allow us to be able to save lives as well. And that's really what it comes down to, is kind of considering this mindset that we understand that this data is private. We understand the safety considerations and the guardrails that ordinarily would need to be able to be confined to this information. But if it's strictly used for cybersecurity related purposes, then yes, use that for defense, because people's lives are at risk when you're potentially trying to defend against an attacker that do not have these same binds to them from behind the scenes. And it also provides a liability protection, immunity for performing cybersecurity defense in good faith within the defined boundaries. This is very similar, back when I first started cybersecurity, the sysadmin exception. Many of you will nod and say, oh, I kind of remember that. What is that? It enabled network monitoring teams to be able to monitor those who did not provide consent to the network in an ability to do service reliability in addition to security. And this is a law that was written back in the 60s that was definitively applicable to the abilities for the entire cybersecurity industry to be created. It essentially allowed for network monitoring in the first place. That cybersecurity exception is essentially what I'm arguing here, is that you were not able to use that data just to, warrantless wiretaps against individuals in your own networks. They had to get consent for that, that IUP that you would sign when you'd start working in an organization. But just random people on your network that would be, legitimate users, for example, either a public or private provider, would need to potentially articulate specifically why they're able to do that network monitoring against something that is not cybersecurity related or for service reliability. This very niche part of the law essentially created the capability for us to do network monitoring in the first place. That's essentially what I'm trying to argue for AI-enabled defenses that would potentially ingest a lot of this data into our own GenAI and large language model capabilities for cyber defense and agentic reasoning capabilities that would potentially be able to maintain speed and aggressiveness with what the adversaries are literally going to be capable of. So when we end up getting to the implementation of a carefully managed safe harbor, will enable cyber defenders to use AI effectively while privacy regulations enforce compliance with established guidelines. That's a mouthful, but that is essentially what I'm trying to argue here. And it causes a lot of people, even at this event, to pause and think about this for a second, because they had not really considered even red teaming capabilities of using unregulated, unguardrailed defender capabilities to analyze your own networks, to be able to see how you would be an adversary to break into your own networks. It's I didn't really think about that. So how do we do that? I said, well, you need to have the same capabilities as your attackers to be able to see how your attackers think and potentially approach an attack on your own network. So what about the additional capabilities that are out there that are also going to be able to be used for this? This is where there's multiple AI security assistants that are starting to be enabled. We have Google DeepMind's SecGemini, Microsoft Security Copilot. These are going to be embedded with capabilities of, the tools and techniques and capabilities of what is in cybersecurity, but you also embed them with the know-how and the understanding of your network and what cyber threat intelligence could be derived from these attacks, whether it's email, URL, other key types of PII data that are, obviously going to be exploited because it's always the human that's attacked in order to get embedded in the network in the first place. All of that data, it can be embedded into these security weakmen working side by side with human operators. But in order for them to do the best job ever, they can't just sit there and like slowly look at what logs you're able to look at. It's like working with a coworker that you have to, an intern saying, now look at this, now look at this, now look at this. What if you're able to set it up to saying, listen, I would like you to analyze these set of logs continuously looking for this set of threat data. And a lot of those logs potentially contain private data, but if they're embedded in there with the safe harbor, these capabilities will be, extremely useful for your security teams to potentially invoke and utilize on a daily basis. It's just kind of eye-opening and surprising when you end up taking a look at it. So when we end up taking a look at this, if we start taking a look at what this security data corridor concept would look like, we would be able to share not only data between the US and EU and vice versa, to allow for organizations, even simple as Amazon, from across the ocean, someone sitting in Germany with Amazon, someone sitting in the US, to allow for the shared data between inter-country, across-border capabilities that would still need both countries to adopt to this concept that we're able to share data across these, normally restricted locations in order to be able to provide for a much better cyber defense. The adversaries are not going to care where a border is. They're not going to care what regulation frameworks exist in one member state versus the United States or Mexico or Canada. It is simply going to take advantage of these weaknesses to be able to hide directly in plain sight while we're moving through these networks. It's just this one really interesting beat that you need to take a look at that. But again, one of the main points here is it clearly will eliminate the unfair advantage for the attackers if we're able to collate and pull data together for proper cybersecurity defense using AI-based technologies. So what are the recommendations? What are the next steps? It essentially comes down to collaboration. We need to enact clear cybersecurity exceptions in the existing laws, in the existing frameworks. Probably modifications to them will need to be considered, debated. It will take some time, but we need advocates on both the technology and legal side to come together to understand. And probably we're going to have more examples of adversaries taking advantage of unrestricted, unguardrailed LLMs attacking us until we start getting people nodding that we have to increase our own speed. We need our own regulatory guidance. We need self-regulation and additional standards. What accountability are we going to be held to? We need cross-border and transatlantic cooperation. And then finally, we need a lot of education and advocacy. We need a lot of you out there going and talking about how much and how important these Gen AI capabilities are for your own internal cyber defense and or industry level cyber defense, whether it's energy sector, industrial control systems, or more. It is very fascinating when you end up taking a look at this from that mindset and from that framework. So the conclusion here that we're basically getting down to is that the adversaries do have an advantage right now, 100%. We just haven't seen it yet. And if we haven't seen it yet, it's going to be seen relatively quickly. We need to really consider a way to create a safe harbor for our cybersecurity data that includes a lot of private information that is exploited by the adversaries to be immediately actionable by reasoning-based agents inside our networks. So the agents of doom have a counter, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I know it seems very simplified there in mindset, but I'm really trying to get everyone to think about if you just have an agent of doom running around your network, they're making decisions in milliseconds. You need an agent that is able to block them in milliseconds based off the same reasoning. Only way to do that is that you have to be able to let it ingest the raw data in order to make these decisions without it being sanitized, scrubbed, or saying, is this restricted from being shared? There's a lot of examples that I have in my paper that go through the very simple types of data, such as even whois domain name registration data that you can't even share electronically. You have people over the phone sharing phishing domain emails because there's really no way to potentially send that data from one region to another without some violations. So they cheat a little bit by getting on the phone and saying, look at this domain. We need a lot of collaboration. We need a lot of you out there really starting to study this. I never asked to become a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I just read the law. And I am scratching my head saying, well, why do we have all these restrictions? How is this going to disable us? What's going to happen if? And a lot of those questions, a lot of you can take a look at and realize just in your own mindsets, this is not rocket science. This is very basic things that if your neighbor sees someone suspicious walk by their window, they call law enforcement and it's like, well, what did the person look like? I said, well, it's a person. I can't give you any other descriptions other than, weirdness just occurred. But how do I act on that? Well, I don't know, but I'm not allowed to tell you. There's a lot of these very simple analogies you could go through in your head saying, well, that doesn't really help us in the security mindset. Now, definitively helps us from a privacy perspective. You shouldn't be reporting what your citizens or your neighbors are doing every single time to law enforcement. They have their own right to privacy. So what's the balance? How do we balance between privacy, safety, and security in an effective way that is going to be able to stop, the advanced utilizations of AI capabilities from the adversaries from here forward? So I appreciate the time for this presentation. I don't know how much longer we do have for questions, but would be happy to stick around, answer some questions. Brian?
All right, Rob. We don't have much time, but we do have, and Brett, I didn't know if we could put up here one question just to kind of hit up Rob with something. And it's interesting because we've gotten a little bit more comments than we necessarily got questions, Rob.
Oh, that's really good.
But hey, always a good one. So here's one you're seeing right from here from Aman. So if you read it, it says, agree, we have attacked AI are doing exactly this by emulating agents of doom and spinning up wargaming on your desktop to help enterprises become more resilient. If we see, here's another one. So Anthropic also reported North Korean IT workers also used AI Claude to find and maintain remote work in Fortune 500 companies in the US. And I'll tell you what, can we pull up one more? Because I'd love to hear your thoughts on some of this stuff on the comments. I understand the sentiment, but would also encourage collusion and prevent small business from being able to afford to do business and grow. So that's come up a couple times. So any thoughts about those three?
Well, the North Korean one is also a fascinating one. That is from a eye-opening perspective, the fact we're hiring IT workers and we don't really know where they sit, the fact they're North Koreans is really amazing. By the way, I was told by someone in the cybersecurity industry who will remain unnamed, if you make a joke about Kim Jong-il about, in the middle of it and saying, what do you think about this? And all of a sudden they'll close the window. It's like a very specific, it's like, I can't speak bad about the supreme leader. That's, I don't know if that's really true, but again, it's a running joke in the community right now. But yeah, it's like, a lot of the things that are going to inhibit small businesses from potentially even growing and becoming even international, even providing simple cybersecurity defenses, ransomware, takes a lot of them out because they can't afford to pay the ransom and they can't afford to go down that for that long. The shared defensive, shared information sharing that is essential for protection of everyone is, going to be crucial now and in the future. So a lot of things to consider there in a lot of those comments. And I think everyone who was commenting, I hope I'm getting you something to think about when you're thinking about these laws, regulations. And like I said, it's not wrong to have these compliance laws, privacy laws, and safety. We have to have them. Otherwise, we're equally going to have, improper use of your personal data in ways that you don't like. We have Grok and OpenAI and a bunch of others right now already cause shivers down every spine that's out there as to what do you mean I can't use OpenAI as my therapist and that's shared out amongst the world. At the same time, you definitively want a lot of these capabilities to be as ruthless and as the best defender as possible. You need Superman that's able to move at lightning fast speeds. And there's ways to do it, just like there's ways to protect your healthcare data. There's ways to protect your cybersecurity data. And I'm interested in hearing the debates and everyone who could contribute to this. I don't have the solutions here. I'm not a lawyer. I am merely looking at some of the things that we're going to be facing over the next few years. And we need to have these discussions now.
So Rob, I got that you started off in forensics. You're now into AI. in your next role is you're going to be a lawyer. Am I correct?
No.
It's your next career.
It was the same thing in law enforcement. I was the nerd behind the keyboard, which is a much cooler job. All the law enforcement folks had to fill out all the paperwork so they could do all the cool things that you only see on TV. They never show the paperwork filling out. So I was just the person on keyboard. Like you always see that person behind the scenes, that tippity tap on the keyboard. And that was me. I didn't have to. I wasn't a badge carrier, but I was in definitive support of that. So in this case, trying to work with regulators, and we're trying to work with senior leaders in the industry, and trying to work and gather information from those AI engineers that are also thinking about this stuff. Like I never really understood about the forget about me law. And I said, well, what would happen if? And I asked that question and they struggled. It's like, you can't take it out. Once it's in, it's in. Then I asked the question, I'm like, what are they doing? And it's like, oh, we're masking it. I'm like, well, that doesn't match what's written here. And they're like, oh, we know, but we can't do anything. We can't get around the technology. And I'm like, oh, okay. So now what? So these kind of questions require all three groups, senior leaders, regulators, and the senior engineers kind of look at each other in a room and scope some of the stuff out. We all got to work together to provide the best defense, not only for your organization, but for your families.
Well, Rob, I was going to say thank you so much for your presentation today. So always love hearing from you and always learn. So appreciate the talk today. I was going to say beyond that, I know we're getting ready to close up. So we had a couple quick just kind of follow through. I know I've said this a million times. If you do need CPEs, you just need to make sure to register. I was going to say the link is usually right below just to make sure. So you'll receive 4 CPEs that you can use for certification. I do sit on the certification arm. So we actually serve as kind of like a skills validation when it comes to a lot of the things that we have talked to today. That's why I'm so passionate about it. There is a couple courses and a couple things to think about. We do actually have a full AI curriculum that Rob just kind of talked about. He heads that up. We also have an ICS curriculum that you got to hear both Tim Conway and Rob Emily. Tim actually heads that up. Rob is one of the big authors on that and also teaches. With that, we also have a series of leadership. Probably the big one I can focus on is a cybersecurity risk management and compliance course that's actually taught. It's called our LDR 519. It's taught by James Terrell, who's also the author of that. We also have an incident management course and a strategic planning policy and leadership. When you got to hear Chris, he actually heads up our executive cyber exercises. So just some things to kind of keep a lookout for. If you're interested, SANS has a ton of free resources. Today is only the beginning of what you would see. So please check out all of our other free resources. I mean, your head could be going spinning as far as all the free resources that we had. Like you got to hear about a bunch of them today, even down to the critical controls, things along those lines. One of the ones I know I've mentioned it before, I'm passionate about. So Rob's actually helping me out. We are working on the 2026 workforce report. We have the 2025 and 2024. There's going to be a focus on AI. We will actually have the survey out here probably in the first part of November. So keep a lookout for that. And then beyond that, I was just going to say thank you, everybody, for all your time today. So I really do appreciate, and thank you to all the speakers. It's been amazing. I can't believe that we've actually made it through the 4 hours, and it seemed like we just started. But appreciate all the speakers, from the mandates in the morning to the SANS instructors to the security leaders talking about what they're doing. So beyond that, I would say have a great time, have a great day, and thank you so much for attending.